Hi. Are we live yet?
We are live now.
Medal in the chat is saying that it's not live yet. Hopla. Okay, so let's go. So welcome to MatomoCamp 25. And we'll start right now because we are already a bit late on the schedule. So what is MatomoCamp? MatomoCamp is the free online event dedicated to ethical web analytics and the Matomo community. And we are going to be covering a wide variety of topics, not only Matomo related, but as well as subjects such as ethical and eco-design for website and MCP, AI, like lots of subjects like that. Ronan, do you want to talk about the MatomoCamp since you're one of the co-founder?
Thank you very much, Alex, for the surprise. So yes, MatomoCamp is the yearly online event about Matomo for the community. And the idea is to share and gather knowledge all around the world from experts, from use case, for as well Matomo internal employees. And the idea is to record all those videos so that we can spread them out on the web so that anyone can learn about the different use of Matomo and as well in different languages. This event has been created in 2021 by two people who are Lucas Winkler, who is as well very involved within the Matomo community that you can find out on forum.matomo.org, so as myself. And from the energy of those two people, many other members from the community joined us over time, which made us create different editions. And we are this year within our fifth edition. And each year we are doing our best to revamp the event, to make it different, to make it bigger, and as well to make our community and right now our partner community grow. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, so for this year, we actually have 21 talks, around 6 teams. All of them will be accessible, so you will find different talks with different levels. So either you are a beginner or you are an advanced expert regarding Matomo or web analytics, you will find something to learn today. We are going to be live during 11 hours, so because we have 3 rooms. And we have 2 languages, so room 1 and 2 are in English, and room 3 is in French only. So if you want, you can switch between them whenever you want. Please feel free to change the room, to watch all the room all together at the same time. That's also something you can do. And so with being the organization of MatomoCamp, so we have Ronan Chardonnot. Again, do you want to have a small...
Hello back, everyone. So my name is Ronan. As I just mentioned, I'm the co-organizer and co-creator of MatomoCamp. I'm also working at Matomo as the partner program manager. I will give a talk about it today at 4 p.m. if you're interested in knowing more about it. And I leave you the floor back to you, Alex.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Alex. I'm part of the Matomo team. I'm into the marketing team, and I work with Ronan and help him out regarding the MatomoCamp organization. But we are not alone. And with us, we have 3 amazing partners. We have Ronan Hello, Peter Bolke, and Boskop, represented by Valentin today. So, Ronan, do you want to say a quick thing?
Yes, hi, everyone. So I'm Ronan Hello. I'm an Matomo consultant at OpenMost, a company in France. And I'm an active member of the Matomo community, providing themes, plugins, third-party solutions, documentation in French, and help the Matomo organization many times per year. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you, everyone here. So yeah, I'm Peter. I'm a consultant, an analytics consultant from Germany, from Munich to be specific. And now I'm also one of the great Matomo official partners. And yes, so I will be together with the others. I will also moderate today and come up with a few great questions for the speakers. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Boscop. So Valentin, if you want to say a few words, and as well, you have to know that Boscop is the agency behind the logistic of MatomoCamp. So if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, thank you. We are a French agency hosting the MatomoCamp. And because we we are here from the beginning, we are also pleased to be a part of the event. As usual, happy to be a Matomo partner, to be a part of the community. So always a pleasure to be here. Thank you again.
Okay, and we as well have Matomo as an official sponsor for the MatomoCamp. So if you don't know, Matomo Analytics is an ethical tool built by InnoCraft, and we have a slide here. Yeah. So if you have only 6 points to remember about Matomo Analytics, it's that you have complete data ownership. It's a privacy-first tool-oriented tool. And we do not do data sampling. We are really into accurate data. We are also a flexible tool, and it's an all-in-one solution. But I don't want to spend too much time on this one because I think you already know too much about Matomo. So I want to get started with the conference. So about the event, we are live on YouTube, as you can see. So we have 3 rooms. We have 3 rooms with the room 1 and 2 in English, the room 3 in French. We are going to start soon. So the first conference is at 10. Yes. And all sessions are going to be recorded, and we're going to, afterward, we're going to split them, edit them, and put them into our YouTube channel as well. And please feel free to use the chat. If you have any question, any comments, use it. We are here as well to answer your question if you have technical issues or whatever. If you don't hear someone talking, or if you can't see the screen properly, please let us know as well. And yeah, so regarding the agenda, so there is some change, I think, because I haven't time to change the schedule. But for this room, we will start with Thomas, then it will be another Thomas, then we will have Laetitia, Altamash, Joachim, Anton, and Moises. So this is for the room run. So if you want to see any conference here, you stay in this room on this link, especially. Then in the second room, we will have Ronan, hello, and then we will have Ronan Chardonnay. So George conference.
Yes, unfortunately, room 2 is the only one where we got last-minute changes. So just to let you know that at 10:45, unfortunately, Rory cannot make it today. So we wish him the best of recovery. Instead, I will do an introduction of the Matomo Premium Feature custom reports.
Thank you. And sorry if I'm saying the name wrong. We also have Michael, Diana, Amdiep, Ronan again, and then Annie. So do you want to present as well the...
Yes, unfortunately, Kira cannot make it for today as well, last-minute cancellation, and I will take her slot in order to make an introduction of the Matomo Partner Program, because that's a brand new initiative that we launched at Matomo, which got significant movement, and I prepared a last-minute conference about this topic yesterday, so I'm fully available to make it at 3:30 today.
Perfect, thank you. And then in the last room, we will have Gabrielle, Dan. So this one changed as well. So this talk will be in English with Dan. We have Christelle, Simon, Justine, Eric, Nicolas. And for the room 2 and 3, you are welcome to join us back in the room 1 at the end of the session for the closing keynote. So the closing keynote will be happening in the room 1 as this one. So yeah, I just want to finish with this so please let's make the most of this event, be present. You can write any question you have along the way or ask them directly within the chat. Please, and that's super important, be respectful and keep your comment professional. We are here to learn from each other. You can share your thought and reaction in the chat, but always be respectful. And yeah, let's learn and enjoy this MatomoCamp. So conference are going to start in a few minutes at 10 a.m. in each room. So in the meantime, if you have nothing to do, you can grab a coffee. You can follow us on YouTube. So we have the MatomoCamp channel and the Matomo Analytics channel as well. You can follow us on LinkedIn. So we have a special MatomoCamp page. And yeah, if you are publishing anything on social media, please be sure to tag us. So we have the MatomoCamp page and the Matomo Analytics account as well. And you can use the hashtag MatomoCamp25. And yeah, if you want to learn more about Matomo or if you want to be informed on the next event we are going to launch, etc., you can join the community newsletter on matomo.org. That's it.
Yeah, just one last thing. What's next? If you are wondering about how you can see the different conference, you can just jump on MatomoCamp on YouTube, or you can also go on MatomoCamp.org, and then you have a big button in order to see the time schedule. You see the time schedule, and at the top of each room of the time schedule, you get the link to access to the YouTube URL. Thank you.
Thank you. So see you in a few. So grab coffee, follow us, and we'll get back with the first conference for each room. Thank you. See you.
Have a great MatomoCamp. See you.
So, hi, Thomas.
Hi, Peter. So,
it's a pleasure to see you here. So, Thomas will be talking about web analytics and getting started. So, with basically the essentials of Matomo Web Analytics. So, Thomas is a freelance digital analyst and consultant from Bavaria with more than 10 years of experience. So he's a very experienced participant, very appreciated. He's doing web analytics, SEO, data flows, and as I read, he's also he also teaches web analytics at the universities in Salzburg. So yeah, very nice and appreciated that you're here today. So I give you the word now, and yeah, have fun.
yeah, thank you, Peter. Thank you to be here. So I try to share my screen now. So I hope everyone can see. Can everyone see the slides?
Yes, looks good.
So, okay, I have here the... So, thanks and welcome to the MatomoCamp 2025. Today we have very much interesting talks and slides and so on. And today I'm talking about a little bit about web analysis with Matomo. We're going through the different reports in Matomo, and I show you everything about Matomo Analytics, what you want to see here. So maybe here a little bit about me. Peter said it's already. You can feel free to reach out. I'm a web analyst from Bavaria. I'm doing some little Matomo tutorial videos on YouTube. If you want to learn more about Matomo in German, you can also visit my YouTube channel, and you can also add me on LinkedIn if you have further questions. So let's start. Not any questions. First of all, I want to start with a little two questions with a little poll. If you want, you can go to menti.com and enter the code, or you can go to the QR code and scan it with your mobile phone. And then I have two questions for you. So if you're ready, my first question is how familiar you are with Matomo. So I want to know a little bit about you behind the screen, because this is not live in person. So I want to know about the persons here a little bit. So two beginners, one immediate. I hardly know Matomo. Maybe after this talk, you know Matomo a little bit better. Two advanced, four beginners. So, okay. So beginner. So this talk is about, or is for beginners to get a quick overview. With two advanced, this is also very good here. Five beginners, so most of you are beginners. The second one is here, which topics are the most important to you when you're using Matomo, or when you hear about Matomo first time, when you read about Matomo, maybe GDPR and Matomo. Which topics are the most important to you using Matomo? No? No one wants to talk about Matomo? So, to tracking a campaign dashboard. So now the tracking campaign, we can take a little bit deeper event logic. Maybe we can sum up this a little bit. So dashboards is the first one. We will start here, filtering in reports, GDPR, tracking campaign. So yeah, many topics. Maybe we cannot cover every one of this, but I will see. So we start into if you're first new into secondary dimension. This is on another page, I think, but we can start up now. So first of all, if you're very new in Matomo, you can use Matomo or you can try it out with the demo. There's a demo on demo.matomo.cloud, and there you can use Matomo like you're using it in Matomo Cloud. There are two versions of Matomo. There's the on-premise version. You can host it for free for your own, and then there's the other version. There's Matomo Cloud. There is InnoCraft, the company behind Matomo, will host Matomo for you, and you have some extra features like more plugins in Matomo to use Matomo a little bit deeper. So feel free to use it. We will switch today because I only have, for my demo shop, I only have the on-premise version. So first of all, if you're starting here into Matomo and you enter Matomo, you have all your websites here. On Matomo, there is the menu. You have here a time picker, then you have here the segments and the dashboard. And here it's very important for the on-premise version to update Matomo in time. So I don't update Matomo because then I can show you that there is a message. You can update it. It's not so complicated if you're on the cloud version. InnoCraft will do it for you. And this is very important. So we don't do it now. We're going through the reports. On the dashboards of Matomo, that's very nice. You have different widgets here on the dashboard. You have for example, the visits in real time, visits over time. And if you want to add a new dashboard, for example, you can go on and create a new dashboard. This is a test dashboard for now. And you can say, okay, make a default dashboard with some of the most important widgets you want to, or you can create an empty dashboard. And then you have here an empty dashboard, can add some widgets. You have here different widgets, and if you are hovering on these, the widgets are linked to the reports. So if you see here on the left side, you have the visitors, behavior reports, acquisition, and the same you have here. So if you want to have some type of the visitor log, you can hover here, and then you can see which report you get here. So visitors in real time, for example, or the real-time map. It's very nice if there is if there is a website with some active users. You see here the visitors in the real-time map. And you can also add, and you can also rename the dashboard, and you can also add different types. You can say, okay, I want to have the which operating system or which browser visiting my website, or the device brands and the device type. There are many metrics and dimensions you already know from other web analysis systems like maybe like GA4 or Adobe Analytics. You see also here, and you click it here, and you can move your widgets here. You can also say, okay, I want to change my dashboard layout design. So I have here one column or three columns, for example. So you can say, okay, I have one big, and then you can switch the design, and you can drag and drop your widgets, and it's saved immediately. These are the dashboards, very nice feature here in Matomo. And then we going here into the different reports. On every report here for visitors, behavior, acquisition, you have an overview. The overview sum up all the other reports in there. So for example, these are the visitors. So some information about the visitors, maybe the device type, software type, what are they doing on the websites, and you have here the page views. The page views, it is summed up like as one person can do one visit on a site. So visit is a session compared to GA4, and in a session I can do many page views, and also can do many actions on a session. So action can be for example, an event for downloading or to clicking on an external link, or to go onto an internal search. So if you have an internal search, you can also track this in Matomo. And then you have here the actions for that. So if you want to see not the page views, you can see the visits, you can click on, and then these metric will appear here. So if you want to compare it a little bit, to add the page views also here, you can click here on the graphic and see here the different metrics to measure here. So it's very nice. In Matomo, you can also save this image, so you don't have to make a screenshot of it. You can save it and export the image. You can also use the export functionality. It's a little bit advanced, so you can say, okay, I want to export this as CSV or for an Excel file. Then you can export this in this format, or for HTML, for example. Then you have here, this is the kind of your Excel or your CSV will look like if you export it. You see here many more details. So if you're using the export functionality or the API here, so you have here also an export URL. This is the API call you can use, and you can import it in your system as well, and you'll see you have more metrics that will appear here on the overview of Matomo. So this is the overview. You can go to the visits log also, and the visits log is a very nice feature I love in Matomo. So other tracking solutions have this as well, but I think Matomo has the best one of this. You can see some different kind of users here in the visits. So if we take this one, this is a very nice. This is a user. In the demo account, the user, you have here the user visiting the website. Here you have the first entry. This is from Google search. The keyword is not defined, but it's from the Google search. User visited here yesterday from a desktop device and the Apple generic desktop, and he's from Germany. He uses a card deck, going to the card, going back, searching for others, and then he going to the have here the card, have two deck of cards in the card, and left it, and searching around other card decks to maybe add to the card, and then there is this is a purchase. So this is a goal we have here, and this is a purchase. So it's very nice to see the customer journey of one customer here directly into Matomo. And what you can do if you want to maybe if you want to say, okay, I want to have only the only people who are coming from search engines, you can add segments. So you have all the data in Matomo, and the power of web analysis is the segmentation. So you want to split up the data into a segment. So for example, I have here some example segments for this is go here, for example. It's a little bit so we can make a new segment. Maybe this is from it's loading the data. It's a little bit slow. So maybe it's better to host it on Matomo Cloud, for example. I have to refresh it. So you can say, maybe you have channel type. So channel type can be like also in GA4 if a visitor came directly in search, social, about maybe LinkedIn or Facebook, Meta, then campaign. And what we want to see is AI. So Matomo in the last release have a segmentation for customer coming from AI. They are matching the referral from OpenAI, ChatGPT, Gemini, and others. So we can say, okay, I want to have AI traffic here, and then you can test it. And then you see here, the AI assistant is here, ChatGPT, for example, and now you have segment it. I hope it will load here. So you have segmented it into users coming from, for example, ChatGPT. So not so much users coming from this, but you see how users will interact with your website if they're using if they coming from AI traffic. So this is a very nice feature we have, and so you can segment it into here. For example, you can also say, okay, I want to go back for all visits, and then you see all visits here. In the real time, you see the real-time action. So if someone will visit your website here, you can do it, for example, go on here and visit this test website. I think, I hope I will come up here. Here. So I came up here. This is a real-time visit. You don't have to refresh, and you see I visit here this websites, these different websites, and if I do some kind of interactions here, they will appear into here. This is yeah. Now you see here, I search for test. This is a search event, and you can see it here. It's a nice feature to see your real-time users. Then you have the location. So it's important, the location of your user. There is important setting that you can identify your users with a geodatabase, and then you have the split up about the country, the region, and sometimes also the city here. And on the other hand, you have the web browser language. So I can be a German guy and my settings into my Chrome are in English. So I will appear here in English. And yeah, this is very great. What you can also do in Matomo is if you hover on some kind of dimensions, like the web browser language, you can open up the segmented visit log. We see it before the visit log, and you can click on this, and then you get the segments. So this is the browser language in English, and you can see it here, also the visit log. It's very nice. And then you have the different reports, like the desktop versions, like the device model, screen resolution. So if you have questions, if maybe your boss going to you and say, okay, I want to have the information, if you need a mobile first version, so mobile first version 2025 should be the standard. But if you have the question or get the question, do we need a mobile first or a smartphone version for that, then you can answer it into here. This is very nice. And you have also the information about the software, what your users or your visitors using, like the operation systems, also the browser engine. So it's a little bit deep dive. So this is the information about your visitors. Then we have the behavior. So what are your visitors will do on your website. And there we have the pages. The pages we can also switch here. We have the opportunity to go on the gear icon and make it flat. So then you see the URLs. The other one was the hierarchical edition. So you have, if you have the paths of your website, like the product, and under the product, there are the pages. So you can see here the sum up. If you structured your website URL structure very well, then you have here the overview and the information about the page views, the unique page views. The difference about this is if you are going to maybe make it flat again, and maybe if you go into the here the cards overview, you have 21 page views and 17 unique page views. If you are in a session or in a visit and you going to this page twice, then the page views are 2 and the unique page views are 1. So it's the unique one. You have also the information about the bounce rate. It's a little bit high here, and the average time on the page the user spent here, and the exit rate. On the other hand, these are the pages the users are visiting in the customer journey. On the other hand, there are the entry page, or better knowing as landing pages. So what are the pages? What are the first touch point of visit on your website? So these are the entrances on the pages. You are also the last touch point with your website in a customer journey. You can also switch here back on flat to like it better. Yeah, and you see what's the last page the users are visiting here. You can also go into the page title. So if you have a SEO title, you can have it here. But one notice from me, page titles, if you're working with an SEO together, page titles will change very, very fast. So this is not an identification that this one is also the main page. So maybe there can appear many page titles here for the maybe start page if an SEO changes the page title. So you can also add up a site search. So if a user enters into your site, not the Google site search, so if you have an internal search, you can see it here. And this is also a good point in digital analytics. So if you have the site search, you can also extract the keyword from the get parameter and see, hey, what are maybe the keywords my users are looking for. So maybe I have here keywords in it and no pages. So it's an easy low-hanging fruit to create a page maybe for her, or maybe for Cherry Nuggets. It's a card card company here, and then you have here the information and to do this, and then you have also the information page following. So what the people are searching on your website, what's the next page, and you can also set up deeper with search category. Also, this is automatically is if there is a click on an external link that's not your domain, you can see it here. You can also see the downloads. So if there is, so I have some downloads on this page that you can download this image. You can also see the PDF downloads for this. And then you have events. So for the events, we don't have events. When we can go back a little bit and extend the time frame here, you can see, I hope, there are some events. There are the event category action name. This is maybe familiar with Universal Analytics. You have also this setup. So an event can have a category and an action and a name. So you can group, for example, an event can be maybe a click on a button, or event can also be site search or some different kind of. So if you want to add more information into your Matomo, you can do it with events. And if you have an event, maybe a button click, you can name it button click, and the action can maybe the URL where the button is clicked, and the name maybe the button. So you have it grouped. Okay. Sometimes there are errors here. I have to contact my Matomo administrator. This is me. So maybe this is on a live demo. This can also happen. So I go further. If you have any questions about events or so on, feel free to contact me after this session. I want to go back a little bit to the pages here. And I want to show you other things here. You can use the date picker and compare it to previous periods. So this is very nice to compare it here. Maybe I can take a little bit shorter time frame. You can compare two ranges together and see the page views here and the page views here, for example. You compare it, and if you set it up here in the date picker, you can also go back on this overview, and then also the date picker is still selected here. Also, if you take segmentation, this is also selected here. So what I want to show you here, that in the compare mode, you can see the what has changed here. So if the visits going up 6.4%, so the average visit duration going down a little bit, and then you can compare your data. So comparison is also one big thing in web analysis. Comparison and segmentations are the main thing. You can do it here. You can compare it with the previous period, and it's the same time frame in days. You can also say the previous year. I would recommend, because if you have a shop and there is a seasonal thing are going on, it's a little bit strange if you compare maybe the December shop visits and the January shop visits. Then I can say, yeah, you will have more in December than in January, because it's a seasonal thing from the buying. So we have the behavior and now the acquisition. From which point or from where users came to your website. Acquisition. Then we have here the overview again. We have the direct entries. Direct entries, if I type your domain directly, if I have a bookmark in my browser, then this is a direct entry. From websites, if there is a referral from another website, from search engines, social networks, from AI assistants. This is very, very new. And from campaigns. So you have the opportunity to use tracking parameters, or called UTM parameters, to define it for your own. If you're going into the channels, you have here the detail view, and we can go to the websites that are referring to this site. So this is Wikipedia, this is maybe a manufacturer and other things here. You can also click on here and see not always, but sometimes the complete URL of the referring page. You can also see the social networks into here. So from which social networks the people coming to the site. So it's YouTube, Pinterest. You can also switch the presentation mode from maybe from a simple table to show it better here. And you can see here the information. AI assistant, a nice report as well. So maybe some people or the most people coming from ChatGPT, and you have here the segmentation visitor log again. You can and also the row evolution. It's nice. It's segmented the evolution of this traffic here, but for now it's not working for here now. Maybe it can also be that my page is a little bit slow. For now it's not loading. Yeah, now here you have the evolution of the visits from ChatGPT in this time frame. It's very nice. Oh, I can wait here. What you can also do, you see it if you hover in here, you see that there is a little bubble. You can also add some annotations. Annotations are, can wait here. Annotations. You can see if you have maybe here websites. Oh, we can wait here. Relaunch. For example, you can save it, and then you have here information about something going on. If you have a TV campaign or different kind of, I have to reload into here, then you can use it here and you can annotate your data, and the annotated data will show up in the view as well here. And if you click on, you see, okay, this was a relaunch, and maybe the traffic going up or down. I hope the traffic going up. The campaigns. So if you have a campaign about it, you know it. You have the URL builder from Matomo. So if you have the maybe the URL builder tool is also here. So if you have a website, you can define your campaign parameters. If you have here test DE, the campaign name can maybe the Xmas 2025, the source and medium. So if you have a newsletter and it's coming from email, then you can generate the URL, and this is the tracking URL. Maybe familiar with UTM parameter from GA4. You can also use UTM parameter here as well, and Matomo will take the data and push it into the campaign report. And these maybe campaign newsletter, email is as medium. These you can see here, for example. So I don't have here any campaigns. I only have campaign Google My Business. So I add up on the Google My Business entry and UTM parameter to identify if user coming from the Google Places entry website button click. So I want to track it. So I have here the medium. It came from Google. It's also Google traffic as well. But my campaign is here for Google My Business. If you have an e-commerce shop, for example, so you can also see the evolution of maybe e-commerce orders. You have here some kind of the average, the AOV, average order value, the total revenue. So these are very nice information you need for your next web analysis and decisions you will make. You have the cards, add to cart. If someone puts something into a cart and then go away, you can also see it here, how much revenue will left in your cart. So then you can go on and say, maybe I do an A/B test and I will optimize the flow through my complete e-commerce checkout. You have also it's also visitor log for e-commerce, for example, here. So it's the visitor log filtered for e-commerce, and you can see here the products, so which products are selling very well, and which IDs are selling very well. Maybe you can also add categories. This is card, cardistry, trick decks, and magic tricks for this. Then you can set up some goals. So if you have a website and if you have a company, your company will have some goals. So if your website don't have goals, in my opinion, you don't need a tracking solution. So every website should have goals. What can a goal be? So if you have maybe a shop site, a goal can be maybe add to cart, can a purchase, also can be a contact form, or I can have some small conversions like a click on an email address, or a click on maybe a click on a phone number. So these can also be some conversions. I only have here 2 basic conversions. And the very good thing in Matomo is if you have a conversion, you can also segment. So the power of web analysis is segmentation. So I have here the goals for maybe a purchase, and then I can segment it. I can segment it and say, okay, from which channels are the conversions are coming from which maybe AI assistants they are coming from, the goals per page. So I think these are the pages here, the visits to the conversions. So how many visits a customer needs to buy in your shop. Also the day to conversion, this is a little bit maybe too high. If you have a high priced product, this is normal. So if you have a low priced product, this is should be in this area. So you can segment it here again. You guys can also have different, you have also other types of tracking here. So for example, form analysis. This is an premium feature from, you can add a plugin into Matomo, then you can track forms, or you going to Matomo Cloud, then you have here some many more features. So for example, the form, I don't install it on my private on the demo account. So this is tracking, form tracking on a form submit on your website, and then you have here different kind of features, and for example, the overview and the fields where the people are filling out. This is fully on privacy. These are only the field names you can give on. Then you can also track media. So if you have media on your website, like a video or the audio, you can see it into here. So this is only a quick overview. If you have Vimeo, YouTube, Matomo is very good into tracking it automatically. The videos, video plays, impression, how long the average time is played on the video. Then you see if the video will fit very well for you. Also for audio, you can make A/B tests. So you have 2 versions of your website, want to identify maybe the winning solutions here. Where is the conversion rate higher? So you have maybe here some different kind of versions, and then you can select and pick up the winning website and put it as your new original and test more and more. You have also heat maps into Matomo Clouds where the users click, how deep the user will scroll. You can see it if I hover here. You can see it, the detailed informations. You've also session recordings. So if you can take one. So it's a real session recording. I hope I can play it here. And then you see how the users will interact with your website. So you have here some different kind and colors. Yellow is a click, orange is move, resize, form change, and so on, or website change. And you can see it here in detail. So, and then there is the custom reports. The custom reports is a good solution for you if you want to use secondary dimension. So maybe in other tracking solutions, you see, you know it about secondary dimension. In Matomo, you can define here some reports segmented really to your, you can say, okay, I want this dimension combined with these metrics, and you can create here reports. And these reports you can also, I think you can also add to your dashboard as well. So sum up, this was a quick, very, very quick overview about Matomo tracking. It's a little bit short for this kind of time. So if you have any questions, I try to.
Sure, I can see the one or other question here, and I have yet another question or some other questions for you. So the question in the chat is, how can I filter bots to only see real people's log or only bots log?
This is a good question. What I have installed here, it's a plugin. I hope this is the name. So I installed this plugin. It's called tracking spam prevention. There you can set up tracking requests from a cloud or tracking requests from block headless browsers here, or exclude kind of things like the country. Maybe you have some countries you are not serving any of your products, and you see here an incoming traffic spam of it. You can also exclude different kind of countries here. So this is a plugin I prefer to set up here to reduce the bots traffic on your website. So can go
Great.
on. Really great. How can a filter only see real people? Yeah, this is okay. So I in the YouTube live chat, I don't see any questions about.
Well, we are also, the next session is starting in 1 minute. I would have one or two other questions, but yeah, we will spare them for later. So Thomas, thank you very much for the brief introduction of Matomo and getting started with everything. Also, especially good was the focus on the AI, new AI features and new AI traffic channels, which may be very handy in the future. So thank you very much, Thomas, and see you later.
Yeah, I wish you a great MatomoCamp. Yeah. Bye.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
So
So hi Thomas. So yeah, the other Thomas did a very long session, so it was great to see everything. But
yeah,
yes, so we're doing one session after the other now. So
yeah,
I would just start with a quick introduction. I will give you the presentation rights. Yeah, that worked already. So for everyone looking at the stream and listening, up next is Thomas Persson from Digitalist Cloud. He has over 25 years of experience and deep expertise in Matomo. Thomas builds Matomo SaaS solutions and plugins for the European market and or for the worldwide market, and is a familiar face here at the MatomoCamp and for everything around Matomo. So you oftentimes read the name Digitalist Cloud or Thomas Persson. So yeah, very appreciated that you're here.
thank you. I hope my sound is okay.
That's great.
Okay, cool. And as you said, my screen was also visible. So let's get started. Today I will talk about our solution, our dashboard solution for Matomo. And the reason why we built it is quite obvious for everyone that worked with Matomo for quite some time, because we run into limitations in Matomo when it comes to advanced visualizations. So let's just look at like what the great things are with Matomo, because like I really must say that just because it is not great for all the presentations, Matomo is the best tool I have found so far for collecting data and for privacy. And we have a lot of great features, like for everyone that watched Thomas in the previous session. I mean, Matomo is full of great features and it's really a handy tool. So just because we need to build another solution on top of it doesn't mean Matomo is not great. Yeah, we have the tag management and the plugin system that makes endless possibilities with Matomo. But as we stated, there are limitations. Like everyone that worked with Matomo for a little longer time or that have some more advanced use cases usually run into the same issues, like reporting and segmentation is slow. And this is an architectural thing with Matomo. We are depending on this archiving processes. So when you create a segment or when you create a custom report, that's a premium plugin. But when you create these things, you need to wait. You need to wait at least an hour or two in some cases. If you have a lot of data, it can take even longer time before you will see the actual results. If you made a mistake, you will change it and wait another 2 hours or 3 hours to see if it really helped. Even though you have preview possibilities, it's not always the case that you're doing the right thing from the beginning. So obviously this is slow. We have very limited possibilities to do exploratory analysis. And what I mean by that is like sometimes when you run into more difficult analytics solutions or you're looking for the needle in the haystack, you want to do things like querying the data in a very particular way, and you want to do it over and over again to see if you find these needles in the haystack. And with Matomo and the archiving, this can be quite tricky. So that's also one limitation. And then, of course, it's great that we have custom reports and dashboards within Matomo, but we need to be honest, this is not state of the art for 2025. This is quite limiting. And if you use them, you will usually run into these limitations. Last but not least, if you want to do more custom things like creating your own metrics or doing more advanced things or visualizations, Matomo will not help you with that. And to be honest, to be fair, a lot of people comes from the Google Analytics world. It's the same thing there. We actually use Google Looker or something else when we want to do great visualization. So it's not unique for Matomo. So what people tend to use is to integrate Matomo with Google Looker or Power BI, or I mean, there are several solutions. However, the way we import data into these solutions is usually by the API, and this is just so limiting. So because the only feature you will basically get is to put colors and change visualizations on the static data that you get out from Matomo that way. So yeah, lipstick on the pig, if you want to say that. But to be able to enable more advanced reports, we built Rebel Metrics. So what we're doing is that we're actually exporting data from Matomo in a more modern format. We're storing it in ClickHouse. I don't want to be too technical, but it's really a performant database that will give us super quick answers on large data sets. And then we're using Apache Superset, which is also an open source software where we can build these advanced visualizations and do a lot of things. We can import our own data and more and more. I will do the demo soon, so you will understand more. So how do you get this tool? Well, we are a Matomo provider, so we have our own Matomo SaaS in that solution. We include Rebel Metrics. So when you buy Matomo from Digitalist Cloud, you'll get Rebel Metrics out of the box. You will also get a survey tool, so you can actually build servicing questionnaires into your website and just publish them to your website through the Tag Manager. So these, among other things, and we're also really into cybersecurity, and we're hosting in European data centers. So there is a lot of legal perspective to use our services as well. So basically, we are also releasing it as a beta for people that do not use our Matomo. So we will actually start inviting people to try it out, even though you're not running our Matomo SaaS, because obviously when you export data, that is a cumbersome job that needs to be done on the servers. But we're building a new tool where you can actually plug it in to any Matomo instance and then use our dashboard SaaS service. But hit me with a mail at matomo@digitalist.com if you like what I will be presenting next. All right, so some of the features. We have a lot of charts. We actually have more than 60 charts today, and we have 10 dashboards, and you can drag and drop them and add any custom filters. We can do the exploratory research, as I said. We can do calculated fields. We can do write SQL queries on our data and start visualizing them. And we can also import data, and there is a great reporting and alert system. So I will demo 5 things that I think is quite good and what people usually find as limitations in Matomo. So the others killer, you've probably seen in reports that the row called others. This is usually due to a setting in Matomo where we limit report data to 500 rows, and this is for performance reasons. So this is one of the things. We will also demo instance segments. So how can we do segments on top of our data and get results in seconds, not hours? We will also I will show an example of using your own data and visualizing that within Rebel Metrics. And then we'll take a look at the different charts and dashboards that we have, and I will also demo how to do calculated metrics. So let's jump into the demo. Let's check the others killer. So when you go into Rebel Metrics, you will see the menus like this. So we have something called dashboards, we have something called charts, and then we have something called data sets. So data sets are basically database connections. And then as you see here, we have an SQL editor. But the others problem, if you've used Matomo, as I said, you sometimes run into problems where your reports are very limited. In this case, we'll just change to another website and just check it. So down here you have the page view report, and as you see, it can be very, very long. And in Matomo, you usually see a row called others, and that's because Matomo has a limitation, and it's up to the service setting how big that is. But in the page view report, you often see it. You often see it when you do custom reports, and it's just for performance reasons. When you reach 500 rows, Matomo will group it to the row others, meaning you have not a complete data set. So in Rebel Metrics, there are no limitations like that. You can just do whatever to show it. And in this case, this is the page view list. So the other thing I wanted to show you is the instance segments. So if you take this, I'll change the dashboard actually to our acquisition dashboard. So in this example, we're loading data from a website, and we're looking at how people reached this website. And on the left side, you can see that we have a lot of filters. So these are basically ways to filter this data. So I already created a lot of filters. So for instance, if I just want to see data for a particular channel, I can just apply this, and this is on top of the dashboard. So we'll just see direct traffic. And we can combine this with other things, like I only want to see direct traffic from desktops, and we will apply that directly on top of this dashboard. But let's say I will come up with a different type of dimension. I want to add a new one. So I will go to just add and edit filters, and we have a configuration here. And what I can do now is that I can basically look into any field available in the dataset. So this can be a custom dimension, it can be the page title, or it can be something like resolution. So we can just quickly add that. This is the screen resolution. So I'll just add that to my report. The field will get populated down here. And based on this, I can actually, first I need to wait for it to populate, but we're talking about seconds, not. So here I can just pick a few, and by doing this, I will just see data from these screen resolutions. And that's how quick, and now I didn't get any data, that was too big, but that's how quick you can add custom dimensions in Rebel Metrics. And you can do that anywhere. All right, so let's check the upload your own data feature. So in Rebel Metrics, you have a menu here. You can click data, and here you can basically upload your own CSV files connected to a Google spreadsheet or whatever you want to do. When you do that, so it's basically, I already did the test, but what will happen is that you will get a data set. So in this example, I already uploaded a CSV file, and I call it the example dataset. So we can just click on that, because this is what you will basically have when you import the spreadsheet. So in the spreadsheet, we have a lot of columns. So this is actually marketing data. So we can look at a report and just see some simple metrics based on, so we can see in this case, just build the report like that. So we will see revenue divided by gender in this case. So as you can see, you can do pretty much anything here. So I'll just save this one. So what I'm doing now is that I'm creating a chart, or the equivalent in the Matomo world would be creating a custom report. So we'll just do it by revenue by gender, something like that. And I'll just save it. And I already added a dashboard for this. So down here, I have my example dashboard. So I'll just save and go to that dashboard, and we'll see what I have more. So I already created some visualizations on top of that spreadsheet. So I just, created So this is like the impression and clicks. I also created a calculated metric, but I'll show you more of that. So I can see the spend per click in this case. So by having these charts, I can actually go to my Matomo report. So this is looking at the Matomo data from my acquisition report. And let's say I want to blend this data. So now I can actually add the example spend per click. So just drag that report into here and make it bigger. And now this report is actually showing data from Matomo and from my custom import, which is of course really, really nice. And as you saw, it's really easy to just go in and fix it. I can also, like, if I don't like the visualization of this, I can just edit this chart and I can, let's change it to a different visualization. And maybe I don't want to see it grouped per week. I want to see it grouped per day instead. I can just do these things. And this is the same with the Matomo data. You can really easily change it. And the amount of visualizations in here is crazy. So these are just the different visualization types you have available to build reports on top of your Matomo data or on top of any data you upload into Rebel Metrics. So yeah, you probably understand the possibilities here. And now I can choose to override this, or I can save it as a new one. Apple spend kit bar chart. And then just add it to the dashboard again. And as you see here, now I have example spend. One other thing I really like here is that when you have a dashboard, normally what we are missing is the ability to maybe tell the audience what they're actually seeing. So I really like the feature to add markup here. So I can just add HTML. You get the point. You can really describe what you're seeing. And then I just save it. And the same here, I can add filters to my example data. So if I click add filter, all the columns that I have. So maybe I want to divide it by country. And just by doing this, my report will be just showing Denmark, data from Denmark. Yeah, you get the point. The next thing I want to show you is the amount of reports that we have ready made for Matomo. So let's start by the charts. So in here you have a little bit more than 60 charts available. So we basically built, I wouldn't say the exact amount of reports that are available in Matomo, but a lot of them are available and they're like helping you to get started. So if you wanted to create a particular report for your marketing campaign, you can basically start by creating a dashboard and then just drag and drop the type of charts you want to have there and pretty easily come up with a starting point and then maybe add your customizations to it. So the charts are the building blocks of your reports, and then you have the dashboards. And what we have built in is that we have like the default one, which is just giving you an overview of your site and different visualizations. So like visitors and page views, channel trends, and just an overview like this. If I go back, we have a really nice report for acquisition, showing you a little bit of how powerful this is. And let's remove, did I have? yeah, down here. So for instance, we have the goal data, but down here you can see that I've built charts so you can see the actions per visit, the goal conversions per channel type, and also like the time spent and visit percentage. You can basically add these things. So by entry URL, we can see the conversion rate, or by referrer site, we can see the conversion rates, and etc. etc. By organic search, what type of referrer will give you conversions. And I think adding goal data to this type of reports is super important. And this one is coming out of the box. And you can easily change the date periods and do anything to just come up with great reporting and insights. Another cool report that we built, you probably use the transitions in Matomo, where you see how people navigate from different, if you're in this case, if you're are on the start page, what would be the next page to visit? So we actually built this into Rebel Metrics as well. And if you've seen this report in Matomo, you know it's limited to 5 rows, basically. And it's also limited to things like how many page views there are. But as you can see here, we can basically show unlimited details of how people navigate, and we can do direct searches like in this data and see things like that. And also we built data so we can actually show you previous page views as well. And if I want to see this for another page, we can just a little bit need to actually filter it like that, but you can actually get instant results on any page on your site like that. So pretty cool. Yeah, let's check the calculated fields. So one thing where I usually use calculated fields is when we have an important KPI on a site. Maybe we have an event where people sign up, and in Matomo you have the ability to create goals, and that's great. But in many cases, we want to create really specific metrics that where we calculate like the number of sessions or the number of users that converted, and it can be quite specific. And many times, Matomo is not enough, simply. So in my example data, for instance, now we're looking at a thing called a data set. So this is basically a mapping of the data we imported from that spreadsheet I mentioned before. So if I go into this, I can actually create new metrics. So what I already did was that I created a metric called spend divided by clicks. So I just do something like this: some spend divided by some clicks. And by doing so, I have a new metric. And we can quite easily create one more. So we could say spend by impressions instead. So I just take one, add a new item. We call it spend by impressions. And instead of having spend, I'll do clicks, I mean impressions. So just add a label to it and I'll save it. And what I can do now is that I can go to my to build a new chart for this. In here, I will see the new column. Oh, it's a metric, sorry. So we have spend per impression. To just grow this one a little bit. And we can do the date maybe. So by doing that, I will see the value of spend per impression per day. So that's how easy you can create new calculations. And of course, if you're a more advanced analytics person, this is exactly what you want to do in many cases. So that's pretty powerful. One other thing that you can do when you run into more specific scenarios. So I'll build a little dashboard that I call traffic quality and anomalies. So by checking this report, I try to find suspicious sessions and in Matomo. So just like trying to figure out specific browser types or whatever. And what you can do here is that you can actually view this query, or you can run it in the SQL lab. So I can take this query like this, and as you see here, I get it broken down into an SQL lab. And by doing so, I can pretty quickly start doing things and ask specific questions to this data set. And if you've been using generative AI, you can pretty quickly understand how powerful this will be. You can basically ask your generative AI to help you do queries on your data that would never be possible in Matomo. And then just when you're happy, you can just create a chart from that, and then you're pretty much ready. So this is super powerful. Another feature that I really like is the alerts and reports. We do have this in Matomo, but with the limitations of obviously how pretty these reports are, and also how often we can send it and things like this. So I can just pick any report and take my example report and then schedule it for on any amount of or any times basically, and then just decide where to push it. So I'll send it to myself. And every minute. So this means that I will get a report sent to myself of the example report every minute, which is quite handy. So what we basically do is that we'll go here. It will you also have this feature here that can export it as a PDF, and that PDF will be attached in a mail. And yeah, it's quite much more nice than the reporting in Matomo, I can tell you that. So my time is running out. Let's see if there were some questions in regards to this. And yeah, before we do that, don't just decorate your Matomo data, liberate it, stop waiting for the archiver. This is, of course, our slogan for it. But if you want to test it, the easy way is, of course, to buy Matomo SaaS from us. But you can also join our beta program for Rebel Metrics that we will allow to any Matomo instance. So just send a mail, tell us that you're interested, and we'll probably be able to invite you into that pretty soon. Now let's see if there are any questions.
Great.
Peter, did you catch anything?
Thank you very much, Thomas. Yes, for that impressive presentation and technology, which is at the same time showcasing one of the biggest advantages of Matomo, which is to be an open platform. So all data is there. And if you want to dig deeper and explore the data, which is in fact a bit one of the disadvantages of the dashboard currently, that is a great solution for that. So yes, I caught a few questions, and I have some on my own. I will be brief because we are running out of time, but we can pull another few minutes. That's okay. So one question would be, how real time is the data in the dashboards, or how real time can it be?
So what we are having right now is that we're doing an export every night because I think this, like real-time data, Matomo is quite good, but technically we're actually looking into, because since we're running exports, it's just a matter of how often we're running them, and I think actually when we're starting to integrate other Matomo solutions, it can actually be beneficial to run it more often to offload the servers. But at least every hour or maybe down to minutes. But I think it's also a bit tricky because Matomo has, the process of getting data into Matomo is not always super clear, especially if you're running technical solutions like the queue tracker. You can actually get data into the Matomo database after a while, and we need to build some checks for that, so we make sure that all the data is correct. So yeah,
Yes, in fact,
I don't know if it.
that's adding complexity to it, because
Yeah.
old data can be imported or injected at a later time.
Yeah.
So that makes everything
Yeah.
much more complex.
Yeah.
So, and are there, because there are many bigger instances out there, so the question might be interesting for them. Are there any limitations in importing historical data or in data volume? What is your impression of that?
So, like ClickHouse is the technology we use, and we're using basically a CSV format. So it's a flat table, which of course gets huge. But ClickHouse is super powerful, and usually big volumes is not a problem. Regarding limitations of data, it's actually more a legal perspective. So what did you tell? I mean, if you're looking at GDPR and the recommendations about storing data, it's not in the law, but the recommendations is 180 days. Of course, as long as you tell people and tell them the purpose, you can store data longer than that. But I would say that's like if you're coming from a Matomo world and want to try Rebel Metrics, we're basically using raw data to export it. So depending on how much raw data you have, that's where we can start creating Rebel Metrics data.
All right, thank you. And is there any, is the dashboard solution multi-tenant ready? So can you share reports with other tenants? Can you share dashboards with other users that might be not so tech savvy to create their own?
Yeah, definitely. And you can make them public. So I can give you an URL and you can just see it in the public. And we're working on a feature where you can actually embed, like having an embed code for it. But it's a little bit techy, and with browser restrictions and course, it's getting more techy, but it's possible to do those things as well. So it's quite cool, and there is even support for doing API calls. So a little bit like Matomo, if you create a more advanced report in Rebel Metrics, we don't have the support now, but it's more of a technical nature. But it will be possible in over time to do API calls on it as well, which is of course super nice.
Great. Yes, thank you very much for your additional answers, Thomas. And thank you very much for your talk. We are a bit running out of time. I would like to talk with you about that for hours. But yeah, so if you're interested in that, then drop Thomas an email about it. And yeah, Thomas, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
see you later again.
Definitely. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. So I'm sorry, there is some renovation work just below. So if you hear some weird noise, don't worry, that's okay. So yeah, let's start with the next conference. So welcome, Letitia. Letitia is a web analyst for over 10 years, and she's going to talk about unlocking the power of attribution techniques for Matomo users. So she'll share some practical example and data analysis techniques. So I'll leave it to you, Letitia.
Okay, thank you. Hello and welcome. Can you hear me okay? Okay, this talk is about understanding which marketing channels drive conversions on our websites using Matomo. First of all, I'll quickly introduce myself. I am Letitia, and I am in charge of analytics projects at optimizar.info, where we mainly use Matomo to develop analytics solutions. Before going on, I'd like to thank you, Ronan, Alex, and all Matomo team for the organization of this conference. I'm very happy to be here today sharing this content. And let's get started. Today, as I say, we are talking about attribution in Matomo, understanding which channels really drive our conversion. We are sharing our practical experience from daily use. Attribution is very complex. We don't cover everything today, just what we need to start. And let's going to start. Okay, today, as I say, we will explore how attribution can change the way we measure and optimize marketing channels. The first question is, how do we really measure the impact of our channels? The modern user's reality is that customer journeys are not linear. People often interact with a brand several times before converting. They discover the product on social media, they search on DuckDuckGo, they read a blog, they receive an email, and finally, they convert in organic search. And tools like Matomo, by default, use last non-direct click attribution. That means the conversion is credited to the user's last visit that was non-direct. The problem with last click attribution is that customers' journeys are multi-touch and not single step. Last click gives all the credit to the one touch and ignores early interaction that influenced the decision. The consequence of relying on last-click attributions are poor marketing decisions, inefficient waste allocation, and important channels getting overlooked. If we want to see an example, for example, in this draw, we can see that first visit is a paid search campaign, second visit, retargeting display, third visit, email marketing, later come a user visiting a blog, and the conversion occurs in organic search. With last click attribution, all credit goes to this organic search, and the risk is that maybe we can cancel paid marketing campaigns or pause the email marketing thinking that they don't contribute, when in reality, they were essential for the conversion. And let's going to see what is attribution, the attribution models. Attribution models measure the contribution of each channel and all the touch points in the customer journey. They distribute conversion credit across multiple interactions instead of assigning 100% to a single interaction. They better reflect complex purchases decisions by recognizing that conversions are the result of multiple touch points, and they enable better decisions with a complete view of the journey. And with that, we can optimize each stage of the funnel. In this case, we are going to use Matomo. And in Matomo, we have different attribution models. Matomo ships 6 native attribution models, and each one has a specific use case. And let me walk you through them very quickly. First, we have the last click. This is what most tools use by default. It gives 100% of the credit to the final touch point before conversion. It's useful for comparing with other platforms since everyone uses it. But the big limitation is that it completely ignores everything that happened before. The opposite is the first click. All credit goes to the first touch point that includes the journey. We use this when we want to focus on acquisition. It's ideal for understanding which channels are bringing new users to our site. Then we have the linear attributions. Here, the credit is distributed equally among all touch points. So if someone visited our site 5 different times with different channels, each one gets 20%. It's very useful where we want to know all the touch before the conversion. We have also the time decay that works differently. It gives more credit to touch points that are closer in the time conversions. So the most recent interactions get more weight. This is great for short time windows or limited promotions where that final push really matters. The other model is the position-based. That is interesting because it emphasizes both ends of the journey. Typically, we give 40% to the first touch and other 40% to the last touch, and split the remaining 20% among everything in the middle. We need to use this when we want to value both acquisition and closing equally. It's a nice balance between awareness and conversion. And finally, the data-driven, that this is the most sophisticated model. It's an algorithm that learns the real contribution of its channel from our historical conversion data. We need a good volume of data to use this model. In this 6 model, as we can see, we have different or are oriented to have a different purpose. It's a key to choose one that matches our business reality, because in this way we are going to be able to optimize its channel and its touch point. We are going to see an example to understand this in a better way. Imagine that we have a user who converts after visiting our site 5 times through different channels, as we saw before. In the first visit, the user clicked on a marketing campaign. In the second, in a display retargeting ad. In the third, come back through an email that we sent to the user. In the fourth, the user was reading a blog post, organic content. And finally, the user come back to our site through an organic search. And here in this table, it's where we can see the real interest of the attribution model. Let's see how its attribution model distributes credit for this exact same journey. With the last click, organic gets all the credit, as we can see here in this point. And the campaigns, the email marketing, the blog, 0, nothing. This is the traditional view. And clearly, it's missing the full story. With first click, it's flips completely. Now the campaign SEM, the marketing campaigns gets 100% because it was the first touch point. Everything else, it's ignored. With the linear model, we can see that we have a democratic model. Every channel gets 20%, 5 touch points equal credits. Maybe it's not really realistic. With the time decay, the credit grow as we get closer to the conversion. And in this case, we can see as SEM, the marketing campaign, the oldest interactions get just 7%, and then mail has 30%, blog 20, display 27, and finally organic gets the 33%, most weight compared with the others. And finally, we have position-based. As we said before, gives 40% to the first channel. In this case, the marketing campaign, 40% to organic channel because it closed the deal. And the middle 3 channels split the remaining 20%. So 7% for email, for blog, and for display. We can see that we have the same customer journey, but 5 completely different stories, 5 completely different ways to analyze the impact of each channel. This is why choosing the right model matters. If we only look at the last click, probably we think, okay, organic, it's the most important channel. Let's cut the marketing campaign budget. But first clip tell us that the marketing campaigns actually are the key to as acquisition channel. So it's probably somewhere in between, and that's what this model helps us to understand how the different channels are working. To make a resume, so why all of these models matter? Because this gives us, in the first case, the attribution models help us to improve the budget allocation. Right now, we can invest heavily in channels that close the sales, but what about the channels that start the journey? With attribution, we can invest more in channels that truly contribute, not just those that happen to be the last click. The second point is that it reveals the role of intermediate channels, and this is very important. Channels like blog content, organic search, display ads, or social media are often invisible when we only look last click. We can think that they are not working, but we can see here that are very relevant to have the user again in our site. They are building awareness, answering questions, keeping the brand top of mind to the users. And third, it optimizes the campaigns and the user experience. When we understand the full journey, then we can make smarter decisions because we can adjust the messaging based on what stage of the funnel is the user. These are the key benefits to have a better budget allocation, the visibility into mid-funnel channels that allow us optimize campaign and user experience and let us make decisions based on real data instead of guessing. With attribution, we can understand the real impact of each channel and we can optimize this confidence. And that's the power of attribution. So I was talking about why attribution matters, but now let's talk about why Matomo is a great choice to implement it. The first thing is with Matomo, we have privacy and control. Our data lives in our server, and we are not sending the user information to third parties. It's GDPR compliant, and this is very important because in a world where data regulation are getting stricter and users care more about their privacy, this matters a lot. The second thing, the multi-attribution functionality that we are going to find in Matomo, it's really powerful. Matomo tracks all user touch points across their journey. There are no gaps, so there is no sampling, which means that we are looking at 100% of the traffic. And the third thing is that the reports are comprehensive. We can see contribution by channel, compare different models side by side, which is incredibly useful, analyze the revenue and conversion together, and of course, export everything for making advanced analysis in tools like Redux, that, for example, that we are going to use in a moment to see an example about how we can use this data. So, privacy first, powerful attribution features, comprehensive reporting, and true data ownership. This is why Matomo is a solid choice to analyze attribution. And let's see how we can activate this information in Matomo, because it's very simple. It literally takes 5 minutes. Before we jump into activation attribution in Matomo, there are a few important prerequisites we need to cover. First, and the most important thing, we need to have an optimal measurement. This means that we need to correctly recording all the entry sources to our site. We need to make sure that the tagging of all the campaigns with UTM parameters to identify the email campaigns, to identify the campaigns that we have in social media, everything should be tagged. If the tagging is not consistently, the attribution cannot work properly. Also, if we have specific traffic sources, it's that don't fit the Matomo default channels definition, it's very important to configure custom channels. For example, if we want to separate the traffic from LinkedIn from other social media visits, it's very, very important to have an optimal measurement to use the attribution information. The second point is the data integration. Here is as I say before in the first slide, the reality of many of our users is that they visit the site multiple times and from multiple devices. They might discover us on a mobile, research on their tablet, and convert on desktop. By default, Matomo sees this as 3 different users. So if we want accurate attribution across devices, we need to properly integrate sessions. We are not going to see this today, but the best way to do this is by implementing user ID tracking. When someone logs in, Matomo can connect all their sessions across devices into one journey. Without this, the attribution data will be fragmented. And third, understand the limitations. Attribution modeling is powerful, but it's not magic. It's not a marketing mixed model. We are not talking about offline conversion. This only works with digital touch points. Also, we need to remember that the attribution window affects to the result. By default, we are going to see that Matomo looks back 30 days, but if our sales cycle is longer, we need to adjust that. It's very critical and it's very important to have a relevant volume of data. At least 50 conversion per month, but we need to have a relevant volume of data to use the attribution. So to recap, proper tagging, user ID for cross-device tracking if it's needed, and to have enough data volume. With this, we are going to have a really solid attribution model. Assuming that we have these prerequisites covered, we are going to make the easy part, that is activate these reports in Matomo. We are going today with the plugin called multi-channel conversion attribution. We are going to do everything with this plugin. There are other ways to analyze the attribution, and this is built into Matomo, and the steps is really easy. First thing, activate the plugin. If you are using Matomo Cloud, this is including, and if not, if you are in the on-premise version, then you can install this directly from the market, only one click, and the plugin is now enabled. If we are going to use the attribution, then we need to have goals configured. That's very important. If we don't have this, we cannot use this report. If it makes sense for your business, assign a monetary value to the goal, and we can create multiple goals if we have different conversions. For example, sign-ups, purchases, demo requests of what we need. When we have the goal configured, we can access to the reports. We need to go to the main menu, and we are going to see a section called Attribution. First thing that we need to do, we choose the attribution model. As we can see, we can here in this list all the models. Okay, we need to select the goal that we are going to use, and pick the data range. For example, the last 30 days or the last 90 days. Then we have all the information on the attribution report. What we have is something like that. This is attribution model comparator. This is where it gets really interesting. This comparison is crucial because it helps us understand which model best reflects our business reality. If we see swings between models, it tells us that our customer journey is complex, and last click is definitely not telling us the full story. As you can see, we can see here very big difference between the last interaction and the first interaction. In this report is really great to have a quick analysis because we can see the channel contribution, we can compare models and understand the customer journey. But what's happening if we want to go deeper? That we can export this information to an external tool to get a deeper analysis. And we are going to make a quick example using Redash. Thomas, in the previous talk, in the last talk, was explaining why exporting data is very, very relevant. And in this case, we are going to use Redas. For those unfamiliar with Redas, it's an open source data visualization tool that connects to multiple data sources and let us build interactive dashboards. It's very simple to use, and we are going to follow 4 simple steps to see how we can use the attribution of Matomo, the data about attribution that we can find on Matomo in other tools. We are going to make a request to the API of Matomo, and we are going to see a small visualization. First thing that we need to do is get the data URL from Matomo. Then all the reports in Matomo, as we know, we only have the possibility to export the URL from the report. So in this case, in the export option, we can select directly CSV, and we can see that in the URL, the method of the API is going to be channel conversion attribution. That is the method that we want in this case. And we only need to modify the token to use this endpoint. Once we have the URL, then we go to Redas. That, as I told you, is very, very simple. And then we only need to thus create a query. And we are going to find a big button that is create. And we need to click there. And we are going to choose the type CSV. We only need to paste the URL that we just copied from Matomo and save it. With this, Redas will now pull the data directly from Matomo via the CSV endpoint. This means that we don't make manual downloads and we don't need copy-paste the information. It's a live connection. Only copy-pasting the URL. When we do that, when we run the query, and we can see all the raw attribution data from Matomo. So now we are ready to start to manipulate this in Redas. So the next step is create another query. I'm going to add the SQL in the presentation too, if you want to use this. But in this case, we create a new query, but in this case, we select the query result of the previous exportation data from Matomo as the data source type. And with this SQL code, in this example, I am grouping by channel level and calculating the totals and the percentage for all the attribution models, last interaction, first interaction, and aggregating all the conversions. So I can compare that. And finally, the last point, once we have the transformed data, we can add different types of visualizations, bar charts to compare channels, P charts to see distributions, or basic tables. In this case, or in this example that I'm showing here, looking to this data, we can see 3 key insights in a really, really easy way. First, that the campaigns dominate both first touch with 84% and closing because they are working across the entire file, because we have here a 96% in the last non-direct interaction. The second thing is that search engines have 0 in the first touch, but 27 in the last touch. They are clearly a conversion channel, not an acquisition channel. And also, we can see that we have 24% of direct traffic in the last interaction, but only 2 in last non-direct. So probably this means that there are problems with the tagging, with the U-terms. With this comparison, with this kind of comparisons, we can understand better how the channels are working. To finish up with it, we are going to review the main points. And the first thing is that customer journeys are complex, don't assign all credit to a single channel. The users touch multiple channels before converting, and each one plays a role. The second thing, its attribution channel model has its use, and we need to choose the one that matches our business reality and what we are trying to optimize. The third thing, Matomo respects our privacy, so we can do a sophisticated attribution analysis without compromising the user data. And the last thing, data gives us the power. So with a proper attribution model, we can optimize the budget and the campaigns and how the channels are impacting in our site. Here you have the code of the example and some resources to learn more about this topic. And yes, it's time to say bye. So thank you all for the time and attention during this talk. And if you have any kind of questions or those, feel free to ask.
Thank you, Leticia. I think we can take 1 or 2 questions. And if the chat doesn't have one, I do have some.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to see if there's some. So first question, and Peter is asking actually, for someone new to attribution, what's the common mistake you see when interpreting attribution data?
The main mistake is that the channel configuration is not properly. A lot of problems with the tagging of the campaigns, and sometimes there are the channels. I think that the channel should be organized how we work with them. So we need to make custom channels inside Matomo to understand clearly, okay, where I apply in a budget or how you are working with his channel. For me, the main problem is that, okay, sometimes how you organize the channels are not the really way that we do that.
Thank you. So yeah, if you have a question, you can ask them, put them into the chat, or else I'll continue. Another thing I was wondering is, how do you deal with GDPR compliance and stuff like this? Like, is it really blocking you, or do you find workaround?
It could be a problem because if, for example, you have a strict implementation, for example, without cookies, or if you are very strict, then you are not apply this kind of analysis because probably you cannot relate the different visits of the user. If you cannot identify that a user was 5 times before to convert on your site, then you cannot make this kind of analysis. And for example, with cookie-less, it's very difficult to integrate different sessions by user. Of if we have a big amount of people that is rejecting the measurement on the banner. So that, as I said before, this is useful if we have a really good measurement on Matomo, the very, very, very organized everything.
Thank you. So we do have a question from Sandrine. what model would you recommend for less than 50 conversion over the last 30 days?
Probably linear model, because with the linear model, at least you can understand that, okay, if you have more touch points before the conversion and from which channels. But if we have a small amount of conversions, for example, we cannot use, I don't know, a decay model or something like that. For few conversion, the best thing is linear model, because then, okay, we are going to know if we have some channels before the last click. It's very interesting also to check in the Matomo reports, in the goals reports, how many visits needs a user before the conversions and how many days need a user before the conversion. Because with this information, also we can know if it's relevant for us, this kind of analysis. If, for example, the 80% of my users only needs one visit to conversion, okay, I don't need to analyze attribution. So if we have less conversion, I think that if we have few conversion, the best thing before to check that, how many visits is the user needs before to convert, and after that, check the linear model to understand which channels are participating in this conversion.
Great, thank you. Super interesting. So I don't see any new question in the chat. And yeah, you can contact Leticia on LinkedIn, I think. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. You can contact with me if you have any kind of doubt, and sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Leticia. So we are going to take the lunch break now, and we'll be back at 2 in the afternoon with lots of other talks. So I hope we will see you again, Leticia, in the chat, asking really good questions, maybe. And
Thank you so much.
yeah, thanks again, and see you all in 2 hours. Thank you.
Hello, Altamash. So next up is Altamash Sheikh. He has over 11 years in tech and experience in tech, and Altamash works as a senior software engineer at InnoCraft, and mostly, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, in the plugin development stage or branch, and he's one of those people building the plugins and features that you are using on a daily basis, I guess. So, or chances for that are high at least. And also you're invited to take part in the chat. Please pose any questions you might have on his talk. And yeah, the stage is yours, Altamash.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, I'll start. So, hi everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever path you're joining with. So today we're gonna see hyperlog log to estimate unique metrics. So we'll learn about the agenda in a few slides. About me, my name is Altamash Sheikh. I work as a senior software engineer. I have around 11 years of experience in software development. I'm working with Matomo from past 4.5 years. I'm part of plugins team. So if you use any plugins, I might be the one doing some work on it at least. I've previously worked in advertising and travel industry, so I have few knowledge of those industries. Yep. So starting today, the agenda is very simple. We're gonna see the basics of archiving. Then what is the issue? Like why this topic hyperlog log? What is the problem that we need to use it? Then what is hyperlog? We'll see a small example, working example of it. Then how we used in A/B testing and what impact it created, and probably future use case where we can discuss it, or I can put on points, and I leave some time for questions. If anyone has any question, to let me know, because I have other screen which I can't see you guys. But yeah, please ping or put your questions in the chat. Cool, I'll start. So first one is archiving basics. So if you're using Matomo or any other tool, you would need that archiving is a necessity step. So what is archiving? So archiving is something that which turn raw logs into ready to use of fast loading report. Basically, let's say you have a visit site of around 50 million users. Raw data would have all the 50 million visits, but it's not practical to see each visit. You would need to summarize it. Like say summarize by browser, summarize by location, anything, so that you can analyze those report more efficiently. So that is what archiving is, so that it turns raw data into a meaningful data and make the reports usable faster. Otherwise, querying every time for raw data would be problematic and not usable. So in Matomo, archiving is basically aggregating the raw data into useful report. This aggregation is done for day reports. Basically, for every day, an archive is built. So what happens for non-day? So for non-day, say example, if it is week, okay, it's the combination of all the archive days. So let's say you've archived day 1, day 2, and you're viewing the day for 1 week. So it's day 1 plus day 2 till day 7. So we aggregate the archive data, not raw data. This way it becomes more faster. So the slower thing is like granularity at day level. Now again, month is built using all the weeks and whatever extra days we have in the archive, we build that. Then again year, which is the combination of month. So in short, if we see archiving runs for daily, okay, for non-day periods, it is like archive using all the already archived data, not using any raw data or anything. Okay, so this works well. Then what issue does it create with unique metrics? Okay, so if you would have just viewing the day reports, everything would look nice, would work well. But for non-day periods, Actually, unique metrics in Matomo, if we custom reports or anything, it is sum of unique metrics. It's not actually a unique metric. It is sum of unique metrics. So for example, you have 3 users on day 1, Alice, Bob, Peter. Similarly, users on day 2, Alice, Mark, John, where Alice is your repeat user. So if you see the report, it would say visitor overview, which will say, okay, number of unique visitor on day 1, 3. Similarly, on day 2 is 3. But someone wants to see a range report from day 1 to day 2. It will say number of unique visitor as 6. But ideally, the correct answer is 5. Why 5? Because Alice is the same user across both the day. But since Matomo for non-day period aggregate using already archive data, it makes sum of it. That's why it is actually sum of unique metrics, not unique metrics. Any doubt here? Okay, I take that as a no. Then how we solve this problem? So we have not solved for every metric, every report. We have solved it for a particular plugin, and this talk is about that in terms of it. So the first one is hyperlog. So hyperlog is nothing but a probabilistic algorithm. Think it as an algorithm who can do guesstimate instead of finding every unique value. It is an algorithm which can do guesswork of how many unique elements would be there. Okay, and you can use that, and it's very fast, it's tiny, and it requires very less memory. So to understand hyperlog, if we see the image, in the image there are 5 items: A, B, C, D, E, and they are like scattered across. Okay, now what hyperlog does, it basically hashes those values. Okay, so A becomes 0101 4 zeros, B becomes 0010 11110, C becomes again 001. Now after that, it will try to count the leading 0 just before 1. So if we see for here in 1, okay, 0, like leading 0 before 1 is 1. Okay, then here it is 2, then again here it is 3, here it is 0, and here again it is 2. That's a mistake, it should be 1. Okay, so if you see, the max of this value comes at 3. So what hyperlog does is 2 raised to 3, which is equal to 8, and 8 becomes your unique values. But you would say 8, this is like there is error here, like there's a way different, like 5 unique items, and hyperlog is saying 8. So to reduce that, hyperlog actually make use of bucketing. So there is error rate. So if you want like fewer buckets, then you have around 5% of error rate. 4% would have more bucket, 3% would have around 2048 buckets, 2% 4096, and 1% on 16,000 buckets. So basically what it does, it basically changes this to a bucket, divide this into smaller buckets, and get min values of those buckets, and then whatever is the max, it tries to get unique values and do the formula on it. So that's how hyperlog works. So what it's doing is it just hashing it, then trying to guesstimate using how many zeros before, like leading zeros, then doing the 2 raised to 3 power, and it's getting the value, which is very accurate. But if you have smaller data, hyperlog won't be helpful. Let's say you have few thousands of daily visits, so hyperlog won't be super accurate. But if you have very large data, let's say 50,000, 100,000, 10,000, or like request, then hyperlog works very well. Like the error rate in 2%, 1%, it's like almost the same data. So in short, if I summarize, hyperlog is another way, probabilistic way to count unique values in elements. Okay. So if we want to see a working example, I would show you a working example. So this is just a query, I would share it. Okay, we implement hyperlog using the SQL queries. People write algorithms in the code in terms of it, but we just use a simple query. So I'll help you with what we are doing here. So if you see, I'll put it to something else. Sorry. Okay. I hope this is visible. So if you see, it says bucket count 5 and 12. It says 5 and 12 because I have set error rate as 5%. 0.05 means 5%. Okay. That's why 5 and 12 bucket. Okay. So it gives you a query, two queries. So if I have to like produce ID visitors from log visit, this is a simplest query, like count distinct ID visitor from the log visit table where ID site is this and your action time is between this range. Okay. If I do this, I'll get the distinct value. So let's try to run it. Okay. This is my Matomo. I will run this query. Okay, so if you see, there are distinct visitors, around 347 unique visitors for the month of November. Okay, for the month of November, I have 347 visits. This works well. Okay, but as the data increases, this is very slow, would be problematic and not useful. Okay, and not suitable with how we archive the data. So here comes the new query, which is hyperlog log. We'll see the result first, then we can dive into here. Okay, this is the query, which is querying this same table. Okay, and you see the answer is 364. So it's 346 and 364. It's around, what's say, 5% of error rate. Okay, so in short, unique visitors are 346 and 347, and this is being coming as 363. So if you see with this query, like no, not counting distinct using the algorithm, it can still count near to the accurate number. If I reduce 5% to like 2%, it will come more accurate, maybe like 350 or 348, like that. Okay, this would come up. So this is hyperlog log. It's just an algorithm. What it does, it basically hashes your value, like unique ID visitor, what we saw for A, B, C, D, E. Okay, then divide them into bucket. Okay, this is the formula. Okay, to divide them into bucket, and this is the small condition, like what we would have added here. ID site 3, log is action time is between so and so, and then gives each bucket a number. Okay, and this is how you calculate bucket data. On top of bucket data, we basically try to count the number of unique values, like non-unique values, non-zero buckets basically. And from non-zero bucket, we get the number of unique values, like we did for A, B, C, D, E. We hashed it. Okay, then divided them to buckets. Then from bucket, we got which are like non-leading zeros, similar to that non-zero bucket, and how many of them are unique. Okay, this way, this total value gives us the number, the estimated unique visitor. We call them estimated unique visitor, and this way we solve the problem. But if you see, if we run this query like store it daily, again it will become sum of estimated unique visitor in Matomo. Problem is not solved at all. So what Matomo does is, Matomo only stores the bucket data. Okay, so what it does is, whatever we have seeing this as a bucket data, okay, Matomo is just storing this value, okay, without doing any minimum thing. Like it's not getting minimum, it's just changing this to this, doing a CRC32 of the ID visitor, like, and not doing any floor like minus calculation. I'll tell you why. If we just run this with a minimum value, we get minimum buckets. Okay, so for daily we are storing minimum buckets, bucket minimum 1 day 1, bucket minimum day 2, day 3, and whenever aggregation happen, we tell to aggregate on the minimum bucket and choose the minimum value. This way daily archiving works, but since there is bucketed data and we are storing in bucket with minimum value, it will never fall into the issue of sum of unique visitor. It will always be distinct visitors. So that's how we are doing that. And at runtime, when you query, we have to just do this small calculation, which takes few ms, and it's done. So that's how it's been implemented in Matomo, just getting the bucket and doing that. The disadvantage of that is like we have to store a large number of buckets. For like 5%, it will be 512 bucket. And similarly, for like if you want an error rate of 4%, we're gonna store a lot of buckets. 3% 2004 bucket. But this data is a few KB, so it's not that big in terms of it. So it is still manageable, and it solves the problem of sum of unique visitor. That's why Matomo stores only the bucket data. Where we are using at the moment is A/B testing plugin. So in A/B testing plugin, we are currently using this. And to see the impact, I would like to show you a CSV. Give me a second. Yep. So this is A/B testing. This is experiment, and these are variations like original render, original primary. Okay, and these are the error rates. So currently, what happens in A/B testing is from today, like from the day of start of A/B test to today, we are keep calculating the unique visitor to show it, which is very problematic. And you can see with large database, the time it takes is 45,000 seconds, not like 4,000 seconds. It takes 45,000 seconds. But if we run the similar query with hyperlog, it just takes 11.36 seconds, like 11 seconds. If you see the time reduction, it's super high. If you want to compare the accuracy, so existing users via the normal query is reported around 2.2 million, okay, 2.21 million, and hyperlog estimate a bit higher as 2.26 million, which is like 45,000 more, which is still under 2% difference if you see, okay. And if you go with 2%, okay, the time does increase, but still the time is significantly less. It's just like 7 times it increases, whereas here it's like too much, like 71 seconds, which is still under the radar, okay. And if you see the number of users actually is 2.96 million and it's 2.95 million, so around 11,000 less, but still which comes like less than 0% difference in visitors. So we tested with different things, again with different experiment. Here if you see, like if it 5% takes around 11 seconds, with 2% like 70 seconds, whereas here it's taking 35,000 seconds, which is like too high. Like in hours the calculation would be, and if you see the correctness, like it's almost 1%. So with larger data this becomes super helpful, and that's how we have done. Currently it would be live with you. I don't know if anyone would have noticed, we might be showing estimated unique visitors in A/B testing. That is still configurable. If you want, you can switch it off, but that is it. So this is how it is. Like with 5%, 2%, 1%, we are like making a huge improvement. There are some cases where if you see with less data, the error rate is 6%, 5%. But when we did it, we went with 1%. We were okay with extra space, but we went with more accuracy, and the time frame was also like okay, acceptable for us. So that's how we solved this issue for A/B testing and reduced the time load. If I go back, so that was the impact on A/B testing. In future use cases, I thought of it quickly, like whenever there is non-day period, Matomo would like do calculating unique visitors, in like estimated unique visitor using hyperlog, so that you see the correct value rather than sum of values. And in custom reports or other report, we should add estimated unique visitors. Then the issue of bucket data, we are storing bucket hash in the database, which might be problem for someone, like the data becomes too high, okay, like we are aggregating on the hash like 16,000 rows for all the report, different report would be too much of data. We might think of solving that in a way. We couldn't that in a way, but the main agenda would be like in future to have this estimated unique visitor so that people can do the calculation more efficiently rather than having it as a sum of unique value. So that's the aim. And that's the end of the talk. So thank you. And I would take any questions if any.
Yeah, thank you very much, Altamash. This was extremely interesting. So we have one question in the chat, and I also have other questions. So I hope you still have a few minutes left.
Yeah.
So the question in the chat was, how much faster is the HLL query in this example that you brought than the one that accessed the raw data? Yeah, you just had a small sample set, so I guess the time was not that different. But how is your experience in bigger data sets? How are they different?
Very high, very low. If it takes an hour, this takes few seconds. That's how we have come up with.
Yeah, I think this was also part of the Excel file that you showed with the time difference. So what I saw in that Excel file, perhaps you have an explanation for that. I found that very interesting. The HLL query for the 1% error rate is mostly quicker than that for the 2% error rate. Do you know why this is?
I did I thought of it like, is it caching everything? So I have tried of closing it and then finding the data, but it was kind of similar in terms of, I don't have exact explanation for it, but it could be a bit of cat. But apart from that, it doesn't increase exponentially in terms of it. Like 5% is, let's say, X. So doing 2% becomes 4.5x or 5x of the time. Let's say it's 1 second. 5% would become 5 seconds. That's how it is, the metric. We didn't deep dive into the 2% thing because we were like discussing 5% or 1% and seeing 1% and not significant time. We went with 1%. But yeah, I don't have exact like in terms of it why 2% is higher. There could be something I would have missed, but nothing in particular that came up like it's taking time or anything. That didn't come. Generally, 1% should be the highest.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And could this technique also be applied to other unique type metrics like unique page views, unique events, something like that, what you try to or need to archive for non-day periods?
Yes, you can do it for any fields. It's an algorithm. We did it for visitor. It could be for anyone like visit, like page views, browser, anything in terms of it. It could be for that.
Great, that's interesting. Are there any gotchas when enabling this on a high traffic site? So I guess that it will make things more smooth and faster. And of course, sometimes unique visitors are not calculated at all on the standard mechanism that we use right now. So for these cases, I guess we will just have the unique visitor dimension displayed or metric displayed. But are there any other things that we should have a focus on when at least that feature is enabled on high traffic sites?
So when you enable it like in between, it won't have past data. Like you have to re-archive that in terms of it. That's the biggest problem. So for every report, there needs to be a command which just archive that report. Which is like something we build or anyone doing that have to build it. For A/B testing, we built a command, okay, which just archives the A/B testing report similar to custom report. Otherwise, people would see very less data and they would complain this is not accurate, okay, with the existing site. Apart from that, it will reduce it. The only gotcha I would say is the memory. Like since to solve the unique value, we are storing buckets in memory. For 1%, it is 16,843 buckets, okay, for a report. So that will increase your memory. So might be for cost, if you're like on a plan with, let's say, a very minimum RDS, okay, a small box on AWS or something. So you might face issues with like data after enabling this and might complain.
Sure. And also, how does it compare? I guess when you researched that feature or that mechanic, you also did some comparison with the traditional MySQL sampling. How does it compare to that, or how is it more accurate and faster? Does it have less memory footprint? How is your experience?
It is accurate, near accurate, I would say. There would always be an error percentage. So if you're using like estimated for any of your calculation, you should like put that 1% plus or minus in that for any calculation you're doing. And that is there. In terms of speed, if you're talking, estimated unique visitor would be more fast, okay, more quicker to implement rather than the traditional unique visitors. We need to do it because for traditional it's actually calculating everything. But the only gotcha I would say in terms of it, if you have a lower side like what I have for 347 visit, if I enable like more buckets, the data gets skewed away. So I would recommend like at least some like 10,000. If you have like 10-20,000 visitors or something like that, then only this should be enabled. Otherwise, like the data goes haywire. Like with 2%, that 347 would become 1700, and you would see like this is totally wrong. But the problem is doing bucketing with lower bucket, it tends to happen, with which is the downfall of this algorithm. So it would be like with low, if you have low data, then you should keep the error rate high.
Okay, that makes sense. And of course, last but not least, but the most important question, is there any plan when this will be implemented or widely available in the next Matomo 6.0, or are there any plans on implementing this?
So we talked about it like in other calls in terms of it, but we honestly don't have an ETA. We do want to do this, give more accurate, but will it be Matomo 6 or be Matomo 5? We don't have an ETA yet, but we already spoke about it, like expanding to at least unique visitors, okay, for non-day periods. And with this, it is doable. We have evaluated that. We have like I shouldn't tell on or no. We have like done some pointing in terms of it, how much time it would take. Now, depend on our priority or not, this would get scheduled. So it is on our radar.
Great. So thank you very much for answering the questions, Tamas. This was a very interesting and impressive talk. So yeah, thank you very much. And we will keep an eye on that. As soon as this is implemented, I guess there is high interest in this. And thank you for your expertise.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Have a good day. Take care.
Have a good day, everyone.
Bye.
And see you in the next session at, let me see, 2:45. So, welcome back to MatomoCamp, everyone. Next up is Joachim, you are here? Perfect.
Yes, I'm here.
Next up is Joachim Nickel from Job Solutions, Matomo specialist since 2010. Joachim has trained and consulted for over 200 companies. He is also president of the Contao Association and a popular speaker known for making web analytics actual fun. Today, I think he is attempting to be enlisted in the Guinness Book of World Records since he's attending two different conferences at the same time, the T3 Con in Düsseldorf and the MatomoCamp. So where we are definitely thrilled that he is talking today on MatomoCamp, even if it's a bit noisy outside and everything. I hope that you understand him well and that everything works. And with him is Jean-Marc Cotillard, who is the Matomo Success Manager. Hello, everyone. So there's a lot of trouble around you, I guess. So
Yes.
don't want to steal you too much time. So yeah, you have the stage, Joachim.
Thank you. And yes, I'm starting right away. I'm using Matomo since 2010, and I'm also the photographer. So I'd like to show you a picture of this one, and I hope you get the point that this one is a tea bag. Okay, it's a photo of a tea bag, and you know already how to use a tea bag. I hope so. It is in this way, or not at all, because this is only a metaphor for things we know which are not working right in analytics. Even if Google Analytics or Matomo or something like this, we don't have exact measurements like the one, for example, in the CRM or online shop. So we do have problems, but we do know that we can solve some of the problems and we can bring the tea bag right into our hot water and all flavors inside our water. And for this, I'm using Matomo. I'm nearly 100% Matomo only because this is my way of open source. And I know Matomo can be used freely without consent to gather more information on the website. So we have this opportunity in first, and the second, we have no stress with ad blockers if we do it the right way. So we can nearly gather 100%. Not at all. 100% is not possible anymore. So we nearly come to 100%. And we have 3 points I'd like to show you today where we have some problems and how we can solve these problems at all. Let's start with campaign tracking. Maybe you have wondered that you have information about campaigns just after you stop the campaign. And that's one of the main problems we have. I bring a chart with campaign tracking was about 3 months. First month, we pay for clicks. Second month, a little more. And the third month, a little less. Maybe just normal case. But what we see in Matomo is more if we make consent-free measurement and also ad blocking-free measurement. So these ad blocking rules. So maybe we have this. We have more visits than we have paid for. And the second one, the same. Third month, also more visitors than we have before. But why is it so? And what is in the fourth month? In the fourth month, we have no paid for clicks. We have stopped the campaign, but we do already have another and more campaign tracking on our website. In the fourth, fifth month, the same. Everything afterwards, we may have less campaign records, but we do have them. And in my case, I'm very proud of it because every time I give a lecture with Matomo entry course, I can show some of my attributions coming from a campaign I stopped 4 years ago. There are still every month 3 or 4 visits with this old campaign parameters. Nobody knows exactly why. Or do we? Maybe. I have three exact information. Exact parameters from one campaign. And here's talking a joke. Okay, it's live on the T3Con. So we have exact 9,215 clicks paid for an advertising campaign in one company. But in Matomo, I can see this 10,322 visits. So the first step, we have to make sure what are clicks, what are visits. Clicks, we pay at, for example, at an advertising platform, and they may lead, they should lead at least to one visit. But the visit is time-stamped, conclude in 30 seconds. After 30 minutes, sorry. After 30 minutes, it's split into if your customer has a time off page from 30 minutes more. So maybe one click, one visit, or one click ID will lead to at least 2 visits, maybe, in case of this 30 minutes splitting. But is this the case in this file? Okay, we have at least 12% more visits than we paid for clicks. But if we make it right, we can split it in 2. We can split it into the first visits, this one, and this one will be at least 3% less than the point of we have paid for clicks. And this is quite normal. 3% is very, very near to 100%, so it's okay. But the next one is the following visits, our follow-up visits. And these are, in this case, 14% of the first visits. But how do I measure this? I can show you in a part. First of all, I want you to take out your phone and open your browser and click on the icon so you can see all tabs you have opened. So I wait a second and I hope you get some information from me. Open your smartphone, click on the browser, open the tabs and show me, or write into the comments, how many tabs you have opened. Are there at least 26 tabs with my example here? Or do you have more tabs open? So I have a look at your chat. Maybe Peter can assist me.
So no responses yet, but I personally have 127.
127, okay. Normally our 100, there's an infinity sign shown, but 127, yeah, it's okay. You get some answers more? Okay. Guess.
34 tabs in Firefox Mobile and 2 in Chrome.
Oh, okay, 2, okay. Okay, the guy the people who don't like use Chrome at this. But the problem in this case is what? It's if you open the tab overview, sometimes there are no screenshots of the page you have shown. But in case you open the overview, there will be a visit on the page, only to gather new information to make the screenshot. You don't interact with this page, but you visit it. And if your visit in the first place was assigned to campaign tracker, then also the next visit will be with campaign tracking. So get a revisit. This is one part. Idle tabs and also bookmarks are a very, very strong problem for revisits, but there are possibilities to remove this. But if you have page views without interactions, like the reloading just for making the screenshot, they lead to false information on the campaign. Also, if you have only events without a page view, for example, the page is opened and 60 minutes or later, the person clicks on an outgoing link. So Matomo says, hey, I'm an outgoing link, but I don't have any page view. So this is the main problem at all, because this leads to incorrect conclusions for campaigns and also for everything other. But in campaigns, we have this as a main problem. Do you believe this? Okay, I have a proof for this. The proof for this, I'm using the Gclit, the Google Click ID. The Gclit should be unique. Unique in time, unique with visit, unique with advertising. But if I have this Gclit measured as a custom dimension within Matomo, then I see something like this. 31 visits for one Gclit within 14 days, with 2 actions per visit and holding time over 1 minute and 50 seconds. But how is this possible? And if you look down, we have 15 visits with this Gclit with 4.4 actions per visit in average and 26 seconds in average holding time. So this visit, this click visitor, I don't know if it's one person or more, is slightly different. So I scroll down and we see a lot of more visits, a lot of more unique IDs. And this are only the first 25 visits from 1,000. And this is only result of the archiving from Matomo, that we have only a row limit of 1,000 rows in this case. If I stretch it, I would need more of this click IDs. So let's go into deep. What happens with this 31 visits? You hopefully know the visitor log in Matomo, is shown here on the page. So the first thing is we have a page load, the folder icon. Then we have some more events. In this case, 2 events, a read timer 30 seconds and a read timer 90 seconds. This visit, the last visit of this session, of this click ID, was in case on the 28th of May and 1547. But only 43 minutes earlier, there was exact the same visit, exact the same page view and visit time. And like clockwork, the same holding time from 1 minute and 31 1 minute and 31 seconds. But okay, let's scroll down. Have some more. At least 3 hours earlier, we have also the same visit, but in this case, with 3 minutes and 19 seconds. So around 10 minutes and 4 seconds. Exact the same events. So what's wrong with this? We scroll down. I told you, 31 visits in 13 days. So you have visits without any interaction time, without any events, with 8 minutes, with 7 minutes, something like this. And I can scroll down and show you even more. 31 visits within 14 days. You think you get the point of why it should lead to different campaign information, because there are so many visits with one click ID. And one click ID shouldn't be one person. I came across this problem some months ago where I had a look in Matomo in the outgoing links. And what I saw in the outgoing links was crazy, because there was linked to company, including UTM parameters and the Gclit. So why should anybody link outside with a Google Click ID and with campaign tracking parameters stated to SEA as campaign source? This happens while the person who uses the link, who needs the link for a blog post, just look like Google or something like this, search for the company, find a link to the website, and copy the full URL from the address bar. You're aware of how campaign tracking parameters work and what the effect of this copied link will be. So you have to clean up your page URL after the page is loaded. The campaign tracking parameters, the gclick ID, something like this, are no longer used after the page is loaded within Matomo. The page view is sent to Matomo. Afterwards, you have no need of this. So you can use, for example, this short script and strip them off, cut them off. Okay, in this case, I have only UTM and MTM parameters cut off, gclick or the Facebook click ID, the Microsoft click ID or something like this. You can add also and should also click off. Otherwise, you may want to use these parameters differently. Maybe you only want to rename the campaign, so to add revisit the afterwards. So we have this information also in campaign tracking. In my case, I will show you a QR code and afterward in the end of the session. There's also a campaign tracking parameter inside, but in this case, I'm using complete own parameter for this called OCI for old click ID. And this parameter I measure within a custom dimension within Matomo. So maybe not kick them off totally like this script. Maybe you can save it on your own. So this is one big thing I recommend. Just check your UTM, MTM parameters and something like this and clean up your URL. And so far, I came to my next theme, my next information, the visit details. We just saw some information about the visitor log, and this is one very interesting session, I think so. I have 12 actions within 1 hour and 26 minutes. So this visitor has a huge interest in my information about campaign tracking with Matomo. All right. And we see page view, we see some page reading timers, 30 seconds, 90 seconds, and 130 seconds, and also a visit, a target, goal, Besuchszeit, visit time over 4 minutes. Did you know that you can gather more information in the visitor log by using your mouse? Just use your mouse and hold it over this information, and you see it will pop over with the direct information about the timing. And in this case, the visit starts at 6:57, and the 4-minute timer, you see it at 7:13. That's a huge step. It's more minutes than 4 minutes should gather the information on. And okay, we leave it. We could have a look afterwards. The next one, the download. This one is also 4 minutes after the 4-minute timer. And in this case, here's exact the same download again. And this 1 hour and 3 minutes after the first one. So the visitor doesn't have the information that he clicked already on this download and clicks again. Strange, huh? And I have to confess, this information contains only 12 actions. And this screenshot is a fake. Because this session, I record even more details in exact 113 actions. You see there's something missing. We have something missing afterwards, after the campaign on the first page load. In the first case, we have only one page load, only one page view for this whole session of 1 hour and 26 minutes. In this case, the session time is only 15 minutes for this page view. So there should be anything different from the other one. It came to in a second. First, I have here something to show. Focus lost blur. I've developed a system using the focus interaction of the user to gather more information and depth. And this one tells me that after 7 seconds on the page, this window, this tab lost his focus. The person switched to another application, to another tab, or something like this. I don't know. But after 7 seconds, he's done. But all events, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 120 seconds, are gathered again. So without the person is on the page. Why? I clicked a little too early. This is a second page view. I get it. This wasn't there in the first place. This is something I developed with my scripting, so I can have a focus revisit. If a user is 10 minutes or more inactive, I send another page view to Matomo and also an event called revisit. 10 minutes is not the best. I'm just now using exact 30 minutes afterwards, so I get exact the first page view in the next session. But for this case, I'm using 10 minutes. So I gather here information about the second page view. This is not a page reload. It's only a page view sent to Matomo. It will be 47 minutes in length. So have a look. So we see here in the second part, only the 4-minute timer. So we can gather the information that between the first 120-second reading timer and my page reload, revisit trigger, should be a gap where the browser doesn't execute any JavaScript. It stops it. Maybe in lack of memory, maybe in lack of timing, or something like this. The JavaScript will stop. And so we have a little later the 4-minute visit timer only in the second page view, sorry. So after this, I have also, again, the focus lost blur after 6 seconds. First after 7 seconds, second after 6 seconds. But if I scroll down, I will see that there are many other information are sent. For example, this one, there's a 6 second, and this one, after 47 seconds, he got the focus back with visibility. There are 2 different types of lost and refocus. It's visibility, lost blur, lost focus, and lost visibility. And I measured them all. And so I can see that after this time, he starts scrolling. I have content impressions. I have my real time on page counter of 15 seconds. And I show you more about this later. So 60 seconds real time. In this case, he was 60 seconds real in focus. And so here is a download. And this download is at 7:17. Remember, the session started, the re-session started at 7:12. So this is more and more and more. We see difference. We see, and again, page timers, we see time on page counters, we see content impressions, we see again lost focus set, first focus blur. So the guy or the person, the visitor, jumps on the page, jumps off the page, and every time. And now we have also again revisit. But before I have the last information that the visitor just here visit for 514 seconds. 540 seconds means the visit stops at 8 minutes and 34 seconds real time on page. And remember, Matomo says 47 minutes. Interesting, huh? And so we have the next, we have a revisit again with 37 minutes and. After 17 seconds, lost blur, and so on, and so on, and so on. So you don't have to trust the total time on page because it's only measured between one click and the other in extreme. So the timer is always running. And my timer is also always running. So I have only one thing to show you. The timer, this landing page timer I have here, doesn't match in any case with the real time on the page. You see here 10 minutes on the page, but only 2 reading timers with 30 and 90 seconds. So I showed before, time on page. I wanted to have a real time on page concerning the total time in focus. So I'm calling this time on page counter. And I want to show you 1 or 2 different approaches using the search engine. And make the fake search engine. I'm searching for, I think Matomo maybe? Okay, which type of search engine user do you are? Are you one who clicks on the first or the second, or something like this, clicks and just leave the search engine and have information on this? So, okay, not that good, just go back and I'm using the next one. Or are you one of the guys who clicks at least on the different versions and opens them in a hidden tab? The first, second, the third, and every tab doesn't have a focus. So the normal timer just runs. I'm clicking at the first one and say the left time is total time on the page, and the right time is a time in focus. It's less because the page was loaded and I'm just click there to a later time. The time in focus in each timer just stops or starts if the focus got set or got lost. And so I have a more precise information about the time totally on the page. You saw it before. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, something like this. This is normal case. And I showed something more. I moved this one in a different window and slide it together so we can have both windows in one view. So you see on the right one, the time and focus stopped with 17 seconds. The total timer just counts again and again and again. But if I use the focus on the right one, the left counter stops. The right counter goes on. So in this case, you have different approach. And maybe you can scroll in the background and the timer starts again because the scroll event doesn't lose the focus. You can scroll it down and it runs away. But maybe you get a phone call or you get to breakfast. Then after 20 seconds, my timer stops after the last interaction because nearly everyone on desktop uses the mouse to read, to scroll a little bit, to read, to focus. And if no mouse was detected, then you can stop the time. And so I'm glad to finish my talk with the last word. This counter, this timer isn't complete yet. There are some race conditions I didn't solve by now, and I hope that you will scan this code, go to my website, have a look in the codes. The JavaScript is documented, so you can interact with them, you can read it, and maybe we can get in touch. This is my last call to action. Can this one and get in touch with me to connect me to book an information call so we can speak about the reading timer or something else you like to address. So thank you for your time, for listening my talk. And so fire free for your questions, for your information you'd like to get.
Yes, thank you very much, Joachim, for that very interesting talk. So you have lived up to your reputation to make web analytics interesting and fun. Perhaps the question, Michael has a question, the Google Click ID that you tracked, was this a visitor scope dimension or was this an action scope dimension?
Visitor scope.
All right, yes. So in general, because we talked about unexpected behavior and things that you could see in the numbers, what's the first 3 things you check when you're onboarding a new client in their Matomo instance?
One, as I currently know, is the outgoing link. So getting cleaner information about the linking to partner websites in special, because this is not a single incidence gewesen. It was quite often that I see outgoing links are broken. The second one will be if there's any event system at all, because the most only uses the standard integration of Matomo with only page views, downloads, and outgoing links. So they get lost in this case. And the third one is German compliance, the TDDG, the Telecommunication Digital Data Security Act, states, for example, that you have to activate the disable feature detection for your settings. So you are free to use Matomo without any consent. And I don't know why this law was created in December 21, but nobody is aware of this law. And Matomo supports this information since version 4.8. So I really recommend to check your information, to check your setup, and to activate this small information to be free to use Matomo consent.
Okay, thank you very much. So a second question was, you partly already answered that, but I will pose it nevertheless. The focus blur engagement time implementation that you showed. How can people get this? Is it open source or can they consult you for implementing this?
Yeah. First of all, just go to my website. I will publish the link to the timer also there again. And also within the slides, it's available. It is nearly open source. I have not published it yet under open source license, but I will publish it. And I think it's a huge step to gather more and detailed information. And as I mentioned before, on shop.de/timer, there you find this script. It's well documented. So use it and give me a feedback. How good is this script working for you? I really know there are some race conditions. For example, if you minimize the browser in Windows in the address bar in the bottom in the tray, and you lift the browser back again, there is no event that I can fetch to gather the information that the focus is back. So there are some race conditions that don't work, and also on mobile there are some race conditions. Maybe I have time to gather more data to get to make it better, but this should be an open source project so everybody can work with it.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, and that is really complex because every browser handles that a bit different, and getting this right on every browser, on every version, on every environment is really, is a substantial thing to do. So thank you very much, Joachim. We are unfortunately running out of time. Thank you very much for talking to us, in spite being on the T3Con. With complex environment variables that nobody can know beforehand, but everything went well. We understood you very well and clear. So I think it's a big success. And the next talk is at 3:30, and then the closing keynote is at 4:30 in room 1. So it would be great if you would take part in that as well. So Joachim, again, thank you very much, and have a lot of fun at the T3Con. And yeah, greetings to Jean-Marc.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
See
Bye.
you. So hello and welcome back everyone to the next session. So originally planned for this slot was Anton, but he was not able to make it today. So we are very happy that Thomas Persson is taking over spontaneously the slot with a very interesting topic. So for those who were not here before, Thomas Persson is from Digitalist Cloud and has over 25 years of web experience and deep expertise in Matomo. Thomas builds Matomo AAS solutions and plugins for the European market or worldwide, and is a familiar face at the MatomoCamp and everything that revolves around Matomo. So feel free to post your questions in the chat about the topic, and in the end, we'll go ahead and ask Thomas everything that you would like to know. So Thomas, go ahead. You can start.
Thank you, Peter. And yeah, luckily I had a presentation lying around for this, so I felt it was a good thing to talk about. So I will talk about our plugin for Matomo, and this is a premium plugin that we sell, and we also include it in our Matomo SaaS service. So basically, our Matomo SaaS includes of Matomo premium dashboards that I demoed earlier today. We call it Rebel Metrics, and we also have this survey builder within our platform. So hopefully you will like what you see. So if you're not having our Matomo SaaS, you can also buy it from a monthly subscription, but let's talk about that later. So a little bit about our clients. They are mostly from the public sector in the EU, and they prioritize proven deliveries. And what is that? Well, there are new regulations in the EU right now. GDPR we all know of, but NIS2 and Cyber Resilience Act, or CRA as it's called, puts a lot of new requirements on anyone delivering services to the public sector, or actually to anyone within the European Union, in regards to cybersecurity and processes around how you manage software. And of course, this relates to Matomo as well. So what we do is that we kind of build our own cloud application and run it in a Kubernetes cluster. So our Matomo is really dedicated to be secure and compliant. And this is really techy stuff, but it's really about, as I wrote in the top, being proven and have proof that we are actually running it securely and following these new regulations within the European Union. And also, I think competence is important. When you talk about security, you talk about human in the loop. You have to have humans watching and making sure everything is secure, meaning real developers, real DevOps people. And we also contribute to Matomo in many ways. Yeah, we're also an ISO certified partner, which we think is super crucial when we deliver to the public sector. We're actually one of the first AI certified companies in Europe when it comes to deliver AI systems as well. All right, so what is user feedback? Well, it's basically a drag and drop form builder that we built into Matomo, and you see a little example to the right how it can look on a website. It's also kind of a powerful solution because we can use the built-in components in Matomo. So we're, for instance, using the tag manager to implement or add the forms to the site. And we're also using the built-in report system to, being able to report what people answered properly. So I'll show you the demo soon. So first I will actually show you the builder and then how we implement it on website, and then we'll look at the reporting, and hopefully you'll have some questions as well. So let's start by looking at, sorry, we should go to the builder. So when you have the plugin installed, you'll see the menu called user feedback here in the top. And when you click on that, you will come to a page where you have, this is all the forms we created on this Matomo instance. So what I can do is that I can just click create form, and that will bring up an interface where I can give it a a name. So I'll call this form MatomoCamp. We know what it is. What we have the ability to do when we create a form is to either give the users a thank you text, or we can actually redirect them to another page. But let's make it simple now. And then below we have the actual form builder. So what you see here is actually different fields that we can just drag and drop into our form. And I can also adjust it, so I can give it a name. I can make it required. And as you see here, I can add more options to it. So instead here we make pizza. And here we have burgers, the traditional, most important form questions. Something like that. We can just leave the others. So this is how simple it is to create a form. Just click create, and you will see that it ends up here. So the next thing is that we can go to our tag manager, and going to the tag manager, we added a new tag. So down here you have something called user feedback, and when I create that tag, I'll call it MatomoCamp. I will see all the forms created in the site. So I just pick my form. The next step is to select how I want to visualize this form. So we offer three versions here. A model, which is putting an overlay on the page. Raw, which means we can inject the form into a page. And then we have a feedback button. So I will soon show all of this to you. We also have a lot of other settings that you can do. So you can, for instance, limit the response frequency. So how often can you respond to this? Or you can allow it to anything. And in Matomo, you can also set how often it will be displayed. So will we show this on every page view or in a lifetime or whatever? And with the tag manager, we also have like scheduling in place. So I can decide to just run this form in December, which is a great built-in feature when you're building plugins like this. And of course, we can use the trigger system to come up with any logic you can think of, like for rules on when to display it. Since I already have some forms, I will just show you how it looks. So I'm going to go to a website and just refresh it. I'm just playing around with Matomo here. So the first form you see is an overlay. So here you can see basically a form displayed in an overlay. And I can send it here, and I'll get the response in Swedish in this case. I'm also demoing the feedback button. So on the right side, you have the feedback button. And in this case, I added some styling, again in Swedish, but what can we do better? Change to English, of course. And again, a thank you message. And then the last one is this one that I injected to the content. And I'll show you how to do that as well. So as you see, all of the three can run in parallel, and it's really handy, and you integrate them into the page. So let's look at how we do this. So the first one is the overlay. Let's see, I think it's this one. Oh, this was the feedback button. It doesn't matter. So I choose how to display it by selecting feedback. And when I select that, I get the ability to adjust the text on the button. And I can also adjust the placement. So I can put it on the left side. I can change the color of it. And let's make it a little darker, something like that. And here I'm also adding some custom styling to it. As you saw, it was red background. And so you can also implement your custom styles if you need to. Let's try to just update that. And after doing so, I just need to publish the version. We can also look at the inline, how that works. So the inline version was the one that we inject into the content. So you select raw, and when you do that, you'll have the ability to select. So this is actually the query selector where we're injecting the form. So in this page where I do the demo, there is a div with this class name, and then I'm selecting where to append it. So in the beginning of the element. And again, I have some styling there. And I also execute it on page view. So that's basically it. If I reload this page again, we'll probably see the forms coming as you see there. I just close that. All right, so I thought I was going to move the feedback button, but maybe I forgot to publish that. Or no, it's actually caching. It should be reflected in a minute. But nevertheless, so this is basically how to build the forms. And then we come to the reporting. So in the interface, we now have 3 new reports. So I can just look at all the submits like this. So as you can see, I can see from what page it was submitted. We have a user. I can actually preview the actual response. So having that, and I can also actually take a look at the JSON generated. So this describes what type of form it is. And since we're using Matomo, I can actually export this. So if I want to start visualizing it in another tool, it will be very handy to just click export and get the data. So that's really, really powerful, actually. But we also built some simple visualization. So in this case, we're showing the answer distribution for the form we called POW. So here we have, or maybe we should do, whatever. So this is the actual names of the forms. So in my form, I didn't change the question. So this is actually the question, but it could be, what is your favorite food? And then we have 66% answering option 2 and 33% answering option 3. And the same for the rest. So you have this pretty nice way of getting that data. And we also have the ability to show them as pie charts. Depending on what form I added, we see different results like this, which is also pretty nice. You can export it like that and get insights on your answers. What we also did, if I go back to the user feedback, because we also have an admin interface of the submissions. And why? Well, because sometimes you get sensitive data into these forms, and you don't really, this is really one of the points why you want to have to use Matomo for this, because you probably already vetted your Matomo installation to manage sensitive data, and you have control over who have access to this data. So if this was, for instance, a very sensitive information, we could actually go in and just delete it. And it's that simple. You of course need to be an admin user, but you can really clean up the data directly in the interface to take away sensitive stuff. So yeah, I think quite short demo, but let's open up for some questions.
Sure, yes. Thank you very much, Thomas, for this very interesting presentation, because the feedback functionality is really an important thing to get. We have all the user data in Matomo. Why not also collect user feedback within Matomo? and have all the information at one place. That's a very interesting implementation. So perhaps a question would be, which might not work currently, but perhaps in the future, can you target surveys to specific user segments? For example, only returning or only them who viewed certain pages, maybe via the tag manager or something like that?
Yeah, I would say it's already possible since you're using the tag manager. Let me show you that again. We can actually do that kind of targeting, at least to everything you have. Since we're using triggers, we can basically create that logic here. So we can we can make it like when a certain element is visible on the page, after that we display this form. Or we can have a JavaScript variable containing something that we're looking for, etc., etc. So we could, for instance, with returning visitors, you would probably look at if the cookie is set or your consent manager cookie is set. And if that one exists, you would display the form.
Great.
And you could also add things like people that watched 3 pages or an article or after commenting or after buying something. Like that's the power of the tag manager.
Sure, exactly. Also, you could just implement some kind of a script that tries to recognize exit intent, something like that, and displays a user feedback widget or something like that. That's very interesting. Yes. Is there any impact on page load performance when adding those surveys? Are there implemented bigger JavaScripts or something like that that we should keep in mind?
Of course, but I mean it's they're quite lightweight, I would say, and they're also loaded like asynchronously, so you're not really locking the page. It's like with the tag manager, it's usually loaded a little after the page load. So we'll usually add the form with a certain slight delay. So the page is usually loaded already. So I wouldn't say it really affects performance, but of course you're changing the experience. I think that's more important. But you know, this is how form solutions normally work. So.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. Yes, and maybe this was already answered because I was cut off for a few minutes from the talk. But does collecting survey responses require any kind of additional consent, or is it covered under legitimate interest? Or do you have some information on that?
Of course, you need to tell people what you're storing. I mean that's EU law, so depends on what's in your form. And some people, I mean, with forms, it's quite obvious that you're sending data, but I would say it's a lot about what you're actually writing and so on. So, but yeah, you need consents most of the time, like with any form.
Sure. And also, I have, last but not least, a practical question from the perspective of really using that feedback plugin as a marketer or as a UX expert or as a content editor, something like that. What types of surveys have you seen work best? So as the open feedback, or what kind of targeting, not being too intrusive, but really asking for feedback? Are there campaigns that work better than others? What triggers have been better than others? Do you have any experience with that already?
I think when you're not too intrusive, like the overlay can be, of course, if you want to have a lot of answers. And I think we ran a survey last week, and the results were actually pretty amazing. A lot of people responded. But I also think we were running the survey in a model, so it was quite intrusive, but we showed at least some part of the page, but it's also easy to click it away. That's when you get good results quickly. But of course, I think it's about your branding a little bit. But that's also why we allow to run forms inline, and I've made a lot of thoughts about this because the different users really some people just want as many answers as possible, and then of course the overlay solution is very attractive, but then if you're more caring about the user experience on a big level, you would probably be a little bit more like adding the small feedback button that I demoed is a quite nice way to over time collect feedback, but of course you get less responses.
Sure, of course. Yeah, I think it's especially like you say, it depends on your audience and your content. If it's something where the user just searches information quickly and then is greeted with a survey overlay, that can lead to a frustration quite quickly. But yeah, you have to balance out that requirement for collecting feedback and keeping the page usability up. And also something that might be answered when I was gone or cut off. How is that plugin also available for the on-premise version? Where can someone provide this plugin or get this plugin from?
So you need to contact us. So basically, Digital is cloud, and you can actually buy it as a monthly subscription from us. That at the moment will be giving you access to a download basically on all the updates. But
Great.
it's included in our Matomo SaaS service. Actually, I would say I will add the contact because it's matomo@digitalist.com, which would be the correct way to contact us.
That's a good information. Yes, perfect. Great. So unfortunately, we are running out of time a bit. Thank you very much, Thomas, for this interesting talk and for chiming in here for Anton, who was not able to make it today. So yeah, it was a pleasure to meet you again. And yeah, have a lot of fun. I think the closing keynote is at 4:30, and the last talk is from 4 p.m. In room 1, and the closing keynote also from 4:30 here in room 1. So it would be great if you would also be part of that. So thank you very much again, Thomas, and see you later.
Yeah, thank you. See you. Bye.
See you. So, welcome back, everyone. Our next talk is up, and we have two presenters now for this talk, who are Moises Pindi. He's joining us from Suceava, Romania, and he specializes in Matomo on-premise deployments with a deep expertise in networking, containerized setups, server configuration, everything basically you need to run Matomo reliably in your own infrastructure. And Evan Genest, I hope I pronounce it correctly, is Genest, perfect. He's a customer success manager at Matomo since I think 21, with over 4 years of experience helping organizations to get the most out of Matomo. And he knows exactly about the challenges in the user interface and how to solve them. And today we do not talk about the user interface. I think we will talk about other things, but I will hand over to you to talk about everything.
Thanks, Peter. And Moises is still joining. Moises is going to share your camera, turn on your camera and microphone, I think. And he's doing also the slides. So today's, while Moises is joining, welcome. Thanks for coming. We have 30 minutes today to look at the command line interface. The good thing about the command line interface is you can archive things, you can archive the way you asked the command, you can archive the output, and that makes things just more reproducible. This is a beginner to beginner intermediate talk for people who maybe are a little shy about using the command line, and we'll show how to get all of the command line commands. There's at least 100 of them on your machine. And if you're wondering, like, do I have to look in the documentation? We'll show you how to make the command line spit out every single command. And then we'll show how to make the command line spit out every single parameter that you can set. And then we'll do 10 of my favorite commands. Moises, we cannot hear you. Moises, actually, if you want, while you're there, why don't you just advance the slide like to the next slide, because we have just these 3 slides, and then we'll get rid of the slides. So maybe just hit next slide. His machine might not be letting go of his microphone because we were doing something in Teams. Hey, Moises, can you hit the next slide? Because I'll just talk over, I can talk over the slides.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Ah, we can hear you as an echo. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We had
now you're
issue.
clear. I think it sounds clear now.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, please allow me a second. So we might have to have Alex presenting the slides.
Alex, we won't use the slides after the first 2 minutes. So all we have is 3 slides. The second slide is a picture of me, and the third slide is a picture of Moises. And then we're going to turn off the slides and use a terminal. All we need to do is, if Moises, is there a way to make the slide go to the next slide?
Yeah, let me check.
By clicking.
Oh, okay, seems like it's fine now. Perfect.
Okay. This is just a reminder. I'll handle the chat, and Moises will be doing the presenting of the stuff, and then I'll be running the screen too. I'll be the next slide, please, guy. Next slide.
Okay, so this is just a small presentation about me. I've been working at Matomo for about a year, but before that, I used to work as a software developer, server administrator, and some other roles. And you can also visit me on my websites or social media, as you can see.
I've been at Matomo for 4 years now. I sort of accidentally joined when I was looking through documentation. One time at the bottom of the documentation, I saw click careers. And next thing you know, I'm working for a company that's in New Zealand. I'm in the United States, and I wish all computers were command line. I wish my phone were command line. Okay, yeah, next slide. Today we'll see every type of command line command possible, just at least as a list. And because I think a lot of people are nervous about how do I find 100 different commands? And then how to do all the syntax optional parameters, and then we'll run through some examples. Well, and I think that's it for our slides for now. If you can stop the slide share, and then if you share our Teams meeting, we'll be able to see.
Okay. See if everything works properly.
Nice.
Okay, so as Evan said, this is a session for beginners who find console commands a bit complicated, but might also help those who are more used to it. We'll show around 10 commands if we have the time, and also some of the optional parameters for each.
We will also show where to find the command names and optional parameters. At the end, we'll take a special look at core::archive, the most important and most common command.
Okay. And our session name reflects our focus on the on-premises edition of Matomo, the one that gives you full control over your data and how everything runs on your server. And the goal today isn't to turn you into system admins overnight, but show how a few essential CLI commands can make your work way easier, whether you're maintaining multiple sites, upgrading Matomo, or simply keeping your reports running smoothly.
The command line version of each command will be put into the chat. Please have your chat window open. And surprise, I'm going to dump all of the commands in right here at the beginning, and then we'll show them like singularly. So here goes into the chat. See if it can hold like a 40-line page. Okay. Well,
okay.
The syntax is how I'm running them. You can adapt the syntax into your environment.
Okay, and on my side, I will show some of those commands using the third-party tool that I've been working on for a while. And this tool will also be later available as a Matomo plugin. So basically, sorry.
No, you go.
Yeah, I was just saying that it just makes it easier for running the Matomo commands without having to connect to your Matomo instance.
And if you have questions, you can just ask them during the talk. So I'll try and keep an eye on the chat as we go forward.
Okay, if you're ready, let's begin. Okay, so the first command we're using is the archiving one, so it should be the archiving status.
And get ready. This one's going to dump a bunch. It's going to be a triple screen. I've made it big so you can see it on your laptop. I'll go ahead.
Okay, so this command shows us 3 sections, all about archiving. On the first one, if you can go all the way up, we have the
I might not, because it's 130 lines.
Oh, it's okay.
There's the base of it. There's the first part.
Oh, okay, no issues. So on the first one, we have the table of invalidated archives. These are the ones marked as stale and waiting to be reprocessed, sorry.
Moises, sorry for interrupting. Yeah. Can you make it a bit bigger by chance? I think the screen share is very small.
Oh, okay. Sorry, just a second.
Or I can. Is that better, Thomas?
Yeah, that looks better.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cool. So Moises said this is the first, it's a triple table that we just came out. So there's table 1.
And then on the second one, okay, so this should be the recent archiving runs and their status line by line.
And then finally,
okay, and on the third one, we should have the configuration of values that relate to archiving again. And Matomo combines the global config file and your local config.ini.php, which is the override file, into one single view. So this one command can give you what's stale, what's been running, and also which config lines are controlling your archiving, which is what Evan is showing us now.
And if you might have a question at this point, so we're just going to pause for a count of 10 if anybody's typing a question. We started out with like a pretty big monster command. Again, to see the syntax of that command, I have to run it as a super user, and I don't want to corrupt the permissions of my Matomo. So super user has to then switch user and call myself whatever your server is called. Most common thing that your server is going to be called is www-data. It might be called Apache 2. It might be called Apache. I have to summon bash to then run the PHP language environment, because Matomo is running a PHP backend with a Symfony platform, and that's where the console syntax comes from. That's a console's kind of a, as far as I know, it's a Symfony kind of a thing. And then the diagnostic, the actual command I wrote, I almost have to make it smaller so it fits on the line, right? Diagnostics : archiving status. And that's what gave us this triple thing of invalidations and how has everything been going, like a health check, and the configuration of not only the overrides, but the global configs, which is kind of amazing. And I see no question. Okay. Carry on.
So we can move on to the second one. And that should be the console list. So the list of commands that we have in Matomo and how to filter it.
The first time I run it, I'm just trying to show the count. You see I used pipe and a word count. Looks like there's 103 possible commands in this. If I just show the head, here's the first few commands. And then if I just show the tail of those 103 commands, it's like that. And if I want to run the fire hose of like all 103 commands, it scrolls right off the screen. And if I have a clue of what I want, I pipe it and I grep, and I don't know, let's say I'm looking for invalidations. I know that there's an invalidations thing in here, grep that. Yay. All of a sudden this becomes manageable. I knew there was a command for invalidations, I put that. How about if I thought there was a command for optimizing the database? I can't remember if there is. Optimize. There is. So that's your global overview of how do I find a command just using the command line. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And on my end, I'm going to show how you can also find that list if you are not used to the command line. I'm just going to drop a line on the side. So on the tool we were referring to in the beginning, you can simply come and verify by category all the possible commands that you have in Matomo. Let's take the example of the for archive, for example. You can equally just verify how to use it. So this is pretty much the same information that you see on the command line on this. So it's all the CLI commands, but on the more user friendly. So on the UI instead of on the server itself.
Moises, who made this thing we're looking at?
Yeah, it's been a bit of some time working on it.
So you made it.
Yeah, and as I said on the start, hopefully we're going to be having soon as a Matomo plugin as well, instead of a separate platform, which is going to be easier for those who don't want to use a third-party platform for managing their Matomo instance.
If people want to try this out for themselves, can they contact you with the contact information on the final slide at your Instagram?
Yeah, or I might also just drop the link at the end. And they can access, create an account, and verify the list of commands, for example. Yeah, pretty much the view we're having right now.
Our next thing we're going to show is now that we've seen how to find like every command, these commands actually have options that go with them.
So we should be seeing the archiving.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. While you get ready, I'm going to show on my side. Okay. Just guys, so we have the core archiving here. Again, you don't have to know how to use the command line. You can choose the parameters that you need or none at all. Okay, all the way down. We'll preview the command before running it. So this is exactly the same as Evan is going to run. And I'm going to run it and see what happens.
That's hooking into your actual instance, right? Like you have a Matomo server?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Pretty cool.
So in here, it's quite fast since I don't have much data on the connected website. And Evan should be having a similar output. Can you show us, please?
Yeah, and in fact, what I have set up is I'm going to back up just one step, and in my screen, you can see I've got console, and remember the good stuff is right here at the end. I've got core:archive that tells the Matomo thing to crunch the data and refresh the reports. And notice what I've put in is a nonsense parameter option. I'm like dash whatever. It could just be key smash. You know, I do this because, of course, Matomo is going to think from it. It's going to be like, there's no such thing, and it's going to give me a clue. This isn't the most graceful way, but it's going to give me this real compressed thing of here's all the parameters that you might want to use. And I'm like, okay, and that might be all I need. But if I want to do it a little more methodically, the syntax is just help, or even just -H. And now this is going to scroll off the screen again. It's going to give just a huge amount of like what the parameters are and what they do. So that's all I wanted to show for this one. I'm not actually going to run the core archive just quite yet. Oh, actually, I think should we? Okay, I'll just run. Yeah, you're right. I should run just a little bit. So get bigger again. Let's see, bigger. Okay, so what I'm about to run. Remember, the business end is down here. All this stuff on the left is just repetitive. It's just always creating a PHP environment to run the command. But I'm going to. Okay, I've got a slightly different one queued up. This is invalidating the report data, which maybe we'll just pivot.
Yeah, it should be the next one.
Is it in the, oh, is it? Okay. Oh, here, I can just do this live. Get an old command. I want to get a good one. Okay, there's a good one. I'm going to run core archive.
So in this case, Evan is running it with parameters while I run a simple one. It seems like Evan dropped for a bit. We're just gonna wait a moment. Okay, while Evan is getting back, we'll continue with the core invalidate report data. So in this case, we will not be running it on the command line, but we can see the syntax either way. Okay. So the core invalidate report data doesn't recalculate anything immediately. It just sets a flag so that the next core archive, which is the previous command we run, Matomo knows it has to recompute those reports. That's all it does. And on this case, we're not gonna have any parameters. We're gonna go straight to the preview command first. This is what Evan will be running as well. And we can just second, let's add some dates here. 5. Verify the syntax.
I think
And
Ivan is coming back.
yeah, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
he's here. He's back.
It's
Perfect.
a snowy day. I don't know if you outside. So we had some snow on the white.
No issues.
Don't worry, we have 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay, so unfortunately, we don't have time to go through all the commands, but I'm gonna let Evan share the last one.
Is my screen still sharing?
Might not be.
It might take a while to get back. I might have to like close a bunch of stuff and reopen. No questions. Yeah, I think it would take me a while to get the screen back.
Okay, no issues. You can tell us either way a little bit about the invalidate report data command.
Yeah, just verbally. Is it on this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So on Moises' screen, this is the same syntax you would use on your own. Matomo needs to invalidate reports before it can rerun them. And if there was no such thing as invalidate, it would never actually calculate anything. The command that he just put on there, it's going to tell your Matomo that the following 4 days are no good. They're stale. It's going to say, hey, Matomo, October 2nd through October 5th, don't trust those reports. Let the user still see those reports for now, but 6 hours from now, when you do a core archive, erase all that and redo it. It doesn't actually do any calculating by itself. It just says this report is bad. So the next time it'll refresh it. And then when core archive runs, everything gets good. Do you want to show like a next report, a next command? I'm trying to think what else you have queued up next.
The check status, I think it will have to be on your side. We can explain instead what happens when you clear the cache. Let me see if we have that command in here. So
oh yeah. This is when people get very strange interface errors. They'll be opening their Matomo interface and there'll be like some invalid code or a corrupted report. This has to do with like your display looks bad. You open Matomo and it's like a bunch of garbage, or it can't show like the display properly. You might have to clear out the cache for the bad code, and the code is can be cleared.
Okay, and what this does is it simply deletes what's inside of the temporary folder, so the TMP folder. You might have some cache folders in there. You might have some template or layout as well. And that's pretty much what it does. We're going to give it a try on our side. And this is the only output that you receive. But on the back end, what it's doing is deleting some folders and files at the same time. Okay, I don't know if you want to say something else about this, or you want to show next how to list the plugins and enable, disable.
Right.
At the end.
I almost think it's the last minute. So if you want, why don't we just go to the closing slide that says thank you and has your contact information and my contact information.
Okay, let's move on with that.
Especially I didn't see any questions in the chat, so I wondered.
Just a second.
When my Moises is switching, it's just going to have how to get in touch with me and how to get in touch with Moises. And thank you for this last talk of the afternoon.
Yeah. Okay, and thank you for being present. And thank you to you too, Evan, for being on the meeting with me.
Yeah, I would say thank you both for being here and for the interesting talk about the command line interface. Perhaps I have 1 or 2 questions left for you. Well, you dropped a very important note here, which I would like to emphasize, that you have to execute the CLI commands with the user that owns the Matomo directory. I see that very often that the cron tab or the manual execution of the CLI commands is done with root rights, and then you have a lot of permissions problems after that, because the temp directory can be infested with root permissions. So that was a very important note. Perhaps 1 or 2 questions, and then we have the closing keynote here in room 1, so we have to get over quickly. Perhaps one important thing is also, do you use crontab or systemd mostly for executing your jobs? Where do you see up and downsides of both, or do you just use crontab for everything?
I was
doing
doing everything with an SSH. I'll just say that. So that's like cPanel. I was just doing SSH. Go ahead, Moises. Yeah.
Yeah, on my side, I'm using only the cron tabs. Yeah, only cron jobs for all the archiving and validations.
Okay, perfect. Another question is, are there any command line interface commands that you should never run in production, or if you do not know exactly what you're doing without a backup?
I would avoid, I think that the only thing we should avoid is the development commands. I'm not sure if you're familiar with those, but it allows
we didn't show
things
up with
as,
development mode.
yeah. It allows you, for example, to simulate traffic, so it might just somehow destroy your database. So it's something that you can try on development environment, but not on production.
Sure, yeah, that does not sound ideal to put it into development mode or to optimize tables in a very, very big environment.
Yeah,
so that can
as
definitely lead to problems. And also the last question, because yeah, we have to do the closing keynote. How do you handle archive jobs that take too long or get stuck?
That first command is the beautiful one. It shows you what's going on, right? The one that we showed up at the very top, at least it allows you to show that it's hanging.
Your archiving status, yeah. So that helps to seeing the status of your archiving jobs. But otherwise, for the very long ones, it's good to split. If you have multiple sites or it's a lot of data, you can just have multiple archivings per site as well.
Yes, that's I think is a very good tip to separate the archive jobs to different concerns. So one is taking care of data without segments, for example. The other one is skipping the segments. The other one is calculating the segments once a day or for yesterday, and so the separation of concerns is very important with the extremely long running queries, at least. So yeah, okay, we have to come to an end. So thank you very much for your interesting talk. And yeah, it's good that you display your contact data. Yeah, we are coming to the closing keynote. For everyone, just stay here. We will begin the closing keynote shortly. Thank you.
Alex, I'm not sure that we can hear you yet.
With my mic on is better, indeed.
Yes, it works better. I don't know if our partners can come on stage. Peter, Ronan, hello. Victor as well, because Valentin cannot be with us this afternoon. And I confirm you, Alex, that we can hear some lovely background noise.
Sorry,
I guess it's Hammer or something like this.
Do you want to do the closing speech, or do you want to hear my neighbor?
Yeah, I go for it. Okay, I go for it. I let you pass the slides, maybe, if you have the end on it. So it's currently 4:34. We plan to have this closing ceremony 4 minutes ago, so I will say that we are not that bad. Almost on time, taking into consideration that unfortunately we get some technical issues on room number 1, but compared honestly to all the editions that we had in the past, I would say that probably this one has been the best. So this year we had 21 talks. Once more, I would like to say thank you for the people who show a great of adaptation. So to say myself and Thomas Pearson for being substitutes of last 24 hours conference cancellation that we got. So this year, unfortunately, we got 3 cancellations at the last minute. That's probably the highest rate, highest number that we got over the last edition. Of course, I would like to say thank you for all the speakers at MatomoCamp this year edition. I would like to not forget anyone, so I'm going to say first, by order of appearance, Thomas Chernik, Ronan Hello, Gabriel Manfre, Thomas Persson, myself, Dan Murovtsev, Laetitia Rodriguez Morado, Michael Cornobis, Christelle Paco, Altamash Sheikh, Diana Huff, Simon Mouret, Joachim Nickel, Amerdeep Atwal, Justine Gonzalez, Thomas Pearson again, Eric Melenou, Evan Genest, Moïse Pindi, Annie Solo, and Nicolas Martin. I would like as well to say thank you to our moderator. So to say Alex Carmona, who is right now with us, Peter Boelke, Ronan Hello. I would like to say thank you as well to Valentin Barrez, representing Boscop, who was with us this morning. So as Victor Bourgeois, who unfortunately I have the feeling is not in the room, but was in room number 3 all afternoon long. I don't know, Alex, Peter, and Ronan, if you would like to say a couple of words to our audience. Alex?
He stopped for a minute. So yeah, thank you all for coming. I may be able to do the last slide about what's next. And no, it's back. So I'll leave you to it, Peter and Ronan. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. So from my side, it was a very big pleasure to see all the speakers and also, of course, the moderators and coordinators today. Ronan, thank you very much. And of course, Alex, for getting all this organized. It was a substantial project, I would say. So thank you very much for it. And yeah, the last bit of technical problems, I think we will tackle for next year. Yeah, so I'm sure that we will do another MatomoCamp 2026 because a lot of interesting projects are being started, and we want to see the results of all these projects next year.
So I would like to thank you, all of you, for the organization, all of our speakers, and it was a pleasure to meet you again this year and for the new ones. And I hope to see you next year for a new MatomoCamp in the instance again. And just huge thanks to everybody that makes this event possible yet.
Thank you very much. So once more, I would like to say thank you for the people who are and companies who are supporting us for this event. So it includes, of course, Matomo, which allow to dedicate some time to myself and Alex in order to make this event possible. I would like, of course, to thank back Peter. So Peter is helping us in maintaining the website matomocamp.org. And today you have seen him all day long in room number 1. So full dedicated day in order to be a moderator, greet the different speakers. So as Ronan Hello as well, who was here in room number 3, if I remember well. And as well, so as Peter, I contacted them at the last minute in order to become a moderator for this event and decided to give us of their time. Once more, I would like to say thank you to both COP, so with one of our partners represented today by Valentin Barrez and Victor Bourgeois, who set up all the logistic platforms, so to say the big blue button server in order to have the one-to-one call with every conference speakers, so as maintaining the stream possible, so that the recording and the live event can be possible. Once more, I would like to say thank you for all the speakers, so as the audience. I don't know if we have another slide after this one, Alex. we do. And maybe in 2026, yes. So the big question, what comes next? Where I can pick up the slides? Where can I view the conference? So everything is already on YouTube. Okay, so if you go, you can subscribe on the YouTube channel of MatomoCamp. So the big video are there, and then within the next days, next weeks, my role will be to download this big video, cut it in specific part, and then upload individually each conference speakers, so that we can, of course, do some geo and SEO optimization around it, so that whenever someone is looking for this specific topic, he or she can find it easily. Please do not forget to follow us on MatomoCamp, on Matomo Analytics, to follow up as well on the LinkedIn. The schedule of MatomoCamp.org is as well still online. So if you want to get in contact with a specific speaker, you can. Do not hesitate to tag us as well on the social networks, so MatomoCamp, Matomo, and MatomoCamp 2025. And yes, so as Alex mentioned here, please subscribe to our newsletter, because the more subscribers we have, the more impact we can have, and the more ideas it will bring into our mind in order to send you more communication, such as the one of our next event.
So yeah, if you can subscribe to the newsletter, you will receive also the links to the replays, the replay videos, and also when is MatomoCamp 26 happening, and also some great tips about Matomo and what's happening at Matomo. And about this slide is, it's if you want to join us and become a speaker, you are welcome. So yeah, I think maybe you saw it. This event for this year was around how to make web analytics accessible to everyone. So whether you are a beginner or an expert, the idea is that you have something to grind your teeth on. So yeah, please join us for next year edition. And thanks again to everyone. And thanks a lot, Ronan, for everything, basically, and holding 3 conferences on the same day. Thank you. And we'll see you all soon.
Thank you, everyone. That's the end of MatomoCamp 2025 edition. Take care of yourself. Have a great day. And once more, thank you, everyone, for making this project, this dream possible. See you, everyone, and have a great day.
Thanks. See you. Bye.
Yep.